you know?
I mean,
Like, did it ever occur to people that we're Christians? We're supposed to flee from fornication?
let's do it. All right,
Yeah. Bring it out.
we'll bring it out. Okay, because it's just
Preach, preacher.
we'll do it because we have to, and it is what it is. And Christians, I talk to Christians because this is your book. This is a King James Bible I got here. Okay, so we're just gonna do it. Okay. Here. We're going to Acts 15, and it starts at verse 19. Acts 15:19. Wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which are from among the Gentiles that are turned to God. This is James. There was a debate, a big debate between Paul and Peter, the heads. I mean, Paul was very much at the head of the Christian movement, and Peter was saying that the Gentiles that are converts must get circumcised. They must follow Jewish law. They must follow our stuff to be in with the Messiah. Paul said, fuck you, Peter. That's bullshit. That's not grace. The Gentiles are not. They don't have to get circumcised. They don't need to follow the Mosaic law and Leviticus and all that. No, they don't. They're under grace. It's a new covenant. Don't you get it, Peter? Peter didn't get it. And they fought over this. Then Peter had a vision on the roof of the congregation of all unclean beasts. I got chills, sorry. I haven't done this in a while, and I got chills. And he's like, that's what you're supposed to do. He got this vision of all unclean things to eat, like pigs and insects and shellfish. And the Lord said to Peter, go and eat. And Peter got very confused. He said, Lord, but from my childhood, I have not touched these things. They're unclean to me. And he said, go and eat, they are clean. And that was his message. Wow, okay, so you really did fulfill the law. Yes, he did. Yeshua fulfilled the law. Jesus Christ fulfilled the law. We're not under that. That's what that verse says, 19. Now we go to 20. But that we write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of idols. Number 1. No idolatry. Number 2. And from fornication. That's number 2. Abstain from fornication. And 3. From things strangled and from blood. That's an animal that's been strangled. The breath is taken out of it. We're not supposed to eat that. And we're not supposed to eat blood. It's those, I put the blood and that thing in the same. It's 3 things, okay? A big one, it's you can't ignore this because the word is here. It's fornication. We as Christians are to abstain from fornication, which is what? It's relations outside your commitment. And if you aren't committed, you abstain from sex. That's what Paul said, okay? Paul said if you can't, if you have the lust of the flesh and you need to do these things, you get married and you do it with your partner. That's Christian marriage, absolutely. You do not fornicate as a Christian. Fornication is a no-no as a Christian. I'm very liberal in a lot of ways in terms of Christianity. I'm pro-LGBTQ rights, 100%. I'm pro that. I'm pro gay marriage. And that's weird to say marriage, but I am for them being able to have the same marriage rights, okay, as me, as a straight guy.
Plus, the Bible says it is better to be married than burn up in the flesh.
I said that prior, yes.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Paul said if you can't keep it in the pants, you get married. Mm-hmm. That's it. We are not to fornicate. So this is a fundamental thing, drag.
And I will add something to after you're done.
Yeah, I'm done. Go for it.
Okay. So if you go to 1 Corinthians chapter 5, on let's go to uh chapter 5 verse 9. Okay? It says, I wrote unto you an epistle not to company with fornicators, yet not altogether with the fornicators of this world, or with the covetousness, or extortioners, or with idolaters. For then must ye needs go out of the world. But now I have written unto you not to keep company, if any man that is called a brother be a fornicator, or covetousness, or an idolater, or a railer, or a drunkard, or an
Oh,
extortioner. You got rid of your
I
drunkenness.
did.
With such an one, no, not eat. For what have I to do to judge them also that are without? Do ye judge them that are within? But them that are without God judgeth. Therefore put away from among yourselves that wicked person. Okay, I'm not supposed to associate with people like that.
There you go.
So if you're coming with to me and trying to push this narrative of fornication, I I have to, with respect to my faith, put you away. It's that simple. And
Yeah.
we are not unmarried.
No, we're not.
We are very married to each other.
Before God, March 7th, 2018, that's it. It was signed, sealed, delivered that day we're married. Before God. Okay? I don't give a fuck about a paper. Before God, we were married that day.
That means spiritual marriage.
Yes, which is a thing in most states.
Yes.
Some states are really stupid and they're like, where's your paper? You don't have a paper, you're not married. That's bullshit.
Common law marriage is a thing.
Yes.
And it should be recognized in all 50 states.
Yes, some states as it's only a year. You live together a year, you're common law married.
Yeah.
This state, I believe it's 7 years. I think
We're almost there.
we are close to it.
But usually when people see us, they call us husband and wife. So it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, in the reports, I'm not, and it bothers me, but it's not something that I can't deal with. I'm called a paramour, which is pretty not nice.
No.
But
No.
it is what it is.
But no, I can't deal with that stuff. It's ungodly.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just be honest, bad company corrupts good manners.
It's lasciviousness.
Yeah.
And that always leads to more sin.
And I don't want to get led into more sin.
I don't either.
You know, I don't know how long I have left.
True.
Okay, no one does really. So why would I acquire more sin? You know, sin is equal to lashing Jesus on the back. So every time you sin, you're hitting Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to hit Jesus. I love him.
Yeah.
And if you love him, you wouldn't do that. Because he took all our sins. All those whippings and lashes are our sins. So when you're purposely sinning against him,
Mm-mm.
you're hurting him.
Yeah, you're going to get the hammer come down on your life. We couldn't live this lifestyle even if it was in our personality to. Because he'd be poning us every day. This is wrong. Like, you're wrong. You are mine. You're my child. I put the Holy Spirit in your heart, and you're in disobedience actively every day. And that can't be.
No.
He will tear you down at the knees to stop it.
Yep. He will.
It's just as simple as that.
It really is.
And I'm not saying everybody's human. It doesn't matter if you're a Christian or not. You're human, and it can be very alluring to think of those things like, oh, what are the type of experiences I could have doing that type of stuff? Of course. Which is why we're to flee from it. We see it, and we flee from it.
Run.
It's like sheep seeing a wolf. They're going to go as fast as they can away from that.
It's gonna lead you down a bad path.
Yeah, you're going to get devoured. A lot of these true crime things that we're watching, these situations manifest, and it goes to murder and stuff.
It starts with lasciviousness.
Yeah.
It starts with sexual immorality.
Sure.
And then
a lot of times.
And then it goes darker and darker and darker and darker and darker.
That's right.
You don't want to go down that path. Because all it does is lead to destruction.
I thought that.
And not only that, with lascivious sex, open sex like that, screwing everyone that, is willing to screw you, you're putting yourself at you're putting your bodies at risk of diseases. Condoms ain't going to protect you from herpes.
No. Mm-mm. No way.
Okay. The safest sex is between two partners who are monogamous
and
consenting or chastity. That's the safest you can have for your body.
Yeah. Take your pick.
And not only that, we'll look at the psychological community. And I had to get a lot of therapy because of the lasciviousness I was living in my life. The unsafe sex practices, the having multiple partners, that is actually symptoms to mental illness. Now, I'm not saying you can't be cured of it. Of course you can. You can get help through it. But it's something that I had to go to therapy for because I had a problem with it. And yeah, I got STDs because of it. Am I proud of it? Absolutely not. But I will use my experience to try to help others so they don't make the same stupid mistakes I did. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So I don't want to go down a path where I'm going to get hurt, the people around me are going to get hurt, and something bad could happen, and you unknowingly passing along diseases to other people. So it's not good. It's not good. It's not good to pass yourself around to people. It's unsafe. The psychological community doesn't like it. And I have to avoid those who engage in that because of my faith, because it leads down dark paths.
Well, fornication's second.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal.
Yeah. Flee from it.
Like he's saying, as a Christian, you can't bow before Moloch. Number one. That's number one that's on the list. You can't bow before Moloch. Or Chemosh, or any of these foreign gods. You can't have idols. Zero idols. Man, a lot of Christians have idols, though.
Yeah.
And most of them is money. They worship money. Most of them. A lot, not most of them. A lot of Christians worship money.
Yeah. The blood stuff can lead to disease and pathogens.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
And who knows what could come from long-term blood drinking? Who knows?
Kuru.
It rots your brain, right?
Yeah, Kuru. So, I don't look at the Bible as a stringent thing of rules.
It's a guide.
No, I think it's a guide to have a safe, prosperous life.
Yeah.
You know, because everything I said to me makes logical sense. If
Mhm.
it doesn't make any sense to you, if you want to continue in your lifestyle, that's fine. I got no qualms about it. You know, I'm just telling you why I don't want to be part of that stuff.
Mhm.
Um,
I mean, there's certainly just a contingent of people out there that just engage in multiple partner sex because they literally enjoy the act of sex.
yeah, and I get that.
I get that too.
I love sex too.
Yeah, it's cool as shit.
You know,
It's great. Yeah.
and it is exciting
Yeah.
being with different people.
I'm sure it is. See, you just confirmed it. I never experienced that, but
Yeah.
but part of me has always said, "Man, what would it be like? What would it be like?" But that's the devil. The devil said to Eve.
A lot of the times afterwards, you feel dirty.
Mm-hmm.
You feel dirty. You're like, what the fuck did I just do?
Yeah. What was that really worth it?
That was what a waste of fucking time.
Well, that's a bad experience then.
But that's how most of the first time experiences are. They're bad experience because you don't know each other.
No.
It's a one night stand.
Yeah.
And like
You can only get so
there's
much.
no feelings.
Yeah. You can only get so much out of an experience. Okay, you got, and in your case, they didn't even get you offered.
Yeah.
It's like what are you get? You're a fuckhole. You're not even getting on.
I used to have a 3-date rule because I thought it would protect me from that type of shit. Yeah, I'd fuck on the third date. It's either make it or break it, right? On the third date.
Third time's a charm. That's
Yeah,
what the guy would
right?
say. All right, I've been with her 2 times. She hasn't laid me yet. Third time's a charm.
Yeah, right?
And then Shanny's like, "You're right, it is. Come on."
I'm not talking about Dred's Lady at all. Stop making shit up. I'm talking about me.
Yeah.
This is my channel. This has nothing to do with drag, idiot.
We're talking about
Get the fuck off my channel. Stop passing bullshit around. Oh my god. I don't obsess with him like he obsesses about me, okay? Sorry, I don't do that. I focus on me and my life and my faith. My first time was amazing. There were feelings, and I still be with him. He no past like he did. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Bunny. But your first time you had feelings. See?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
when
great.
you have feelings towards something. Sex is beautiful. It's wonderful.
But see, you can speak for this because you were in that.
I have that experience.
You felt like that was love to you. The act.
Yes.
Which it's not. Really, it's a physical act. You can fuck devoid of love. You can.
Yep.
Lots of people do. It's the physical act that feels good.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think sex is better when you look at someone and, like, you feel them and they feel you and you know them as a person and they know you as a person before you even touch each other, you know?
That's ideal, yeah.
It makes it so much stronger. So much stronger. And the waiting is actually good. It's actually good because it
makes it
makes the passion more passionate, you know what I mean?
Yeah, more intense. Definitely.
So that lifestyle ain't for me.
No.
Because I can talk on this stuff. I have experience with this stuff. I ain't coming from some ignorant fucking idiot's point of view.
Yeah, you did it already. You did it already.
Yes, it does, Caroline, but you're going to be timed out for that fucking comment. Stop holding people's past against them.
You know.
Grow up.
No, that was mentally ill, sick behavior.
Yeah, and I'm
That's
sick.
what.
I'm sick of people trying to pick on him when he was at his weakest mental point.
Yeah.
Like, fucking stop being ableist like that.
Yeah, like I was actively saying, I should be institutionalized right now. At that time. Because it was the truth. I was
That's right.
reckless. I had reckless thoughts and reckless actions.
Exactly.
So,
I learned my lessons.
yeah.
That's what I learned in my life.
You took the hits.
I did. I took the hits. I learned the hard way.
Yeah.
I used to practice weaving with spaghetti 3 hours a day, but stopped because I didn't want to die alone. You weave spaghetti? What?
Okay.
Hi, Hi, Montana. Sorry.
Joe Montana.
I'm sorry. I fucked up your name. I am human. But like, the reason why I'm the way I am is I had to learn the hard way. The reason why Jason learned the way he did is because he saw his friends hurt through it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And a lot of times these things end up destroying friendships forever. You're specifically the case where you had two guys and one girl.
Yep.
That she's the focus of attention and she's like, holy shit, like this guy, I want to be with her forever. And then another guy that's your friend or very close to you, it feels the same way. And that's a bad place to be.
Yep.
The smart guy goes, you could have her. That's cool. I'm bowing out. We're still friends, right? You always have to say that because it's awkward. It's like, because I experienced that. I had an actual conversation with a friend of mine because of that, and it was cool. He's like, "Yeah, if you can get it, go for it." He was cool with it. I'm like, "We're friends." He's like, "Yeah, totally."
But you're not friends anymore.
Because of a different thing that happened. That completely different. That's a separate issue, and I think they were just worried about me. To be honest,
Yeah.
I think it was just worry.
Hi, Boo.
There wasn't a big conspiracy or anything. It was just they were worried about me.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I let that shit go too. See?
Yeah.
I've talked to my friends since. They don't really talk to me much, but
That's true.
I've attempted to kind of reconnect a little bit.
Yeah.
But they got their own lives. They got their own wives, kids. They're doing their own shit now.
As regards to drag, this is the last thing I think I'm going to say about him.
Yeah.
Ever.
Cool.
When you do so many horrible things to people and you never apologize to it and you try to come back in their life like nothing fucking happened, don't expect like not to get the pushback. Like, seriously, most people aren't going to let people just constantly go in their lives, push boundaries, disrespect the individual, and want to be in your life. Period. This is why I kept saying go to therapy.
Yeah, because what I see is the symptoms of somebody with NPD. Definitely. Narcissistic personality disorder. You got that, dude. Like, it's glaring in you that you got that. Because you can't not step over a line You can't not.
You're like G-Man in that way.
I think, yeah, he's a narcissist too. Oh my God, he's definitely a narcissist. 1,000,000,000% narcissist. This is like, I really feel Paul, in the
Mm-hmm.
scriptures. If he said it today, he would say, "Get the hell away from narcissists."
Yeah,
I
he
really
would.
think he would.
He would. He straight up would, dude. I'm
He would
serious.
say it. He'd say, "Mark and avoid narcissists."
Yeah, he would. Because they'll destroy you.
They can really test your faith.
They can. Which is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time.
Yeah, it's always, because you'll never lose your faith if you're dedicated, but it sharpens you. It does. It makes you smarter and wiser, and yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true, my love.
But if you keep tripping over the same stone, which in this case is predatory narcissists, once you're burnt 2 or 3 times, it's fool me twice, and then shame on me, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I fucked up this time because I should have known what you are.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So why when we can have a channel where it's about cool content and we can watch this stuff and have fun together, the normies, even though we're not normies, we're not. All of us are like different.
Yeah, that's true.
But the people that aren't narcs can come in and enjoy stuff. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not have constant like this with the narcs.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
That only gets them off. They love that shit. Oh, the spotlight's on me again. Oh, I like the, Lex Luger in the WWF, his first character was, he called himself the narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
Lex Luger. Sorry, not Luther. Luger. And he'd have these women that had bikinis on holding a mirror for him, and he's just looking at himself. Like, I'm perfect. That's the narcissist, man. They can't not be the center of attention.
No.
Because if they're not playing their role as the narcissist well enough.
No, we don't need cigarettes. I got paid and I paid all my bills and I'm a good girl.
You're a good girl.
Mama paid her bills. Mama paid her bills. Mama paid her bills.
Yeah.
Mama paid her bills.
That's right.
Hell yeah, boy. Yeah.
That's right. Thank Jesus.
Yeah, praise God.
He's good.
Praise Jesus. Thank you guys for everything.
Yeah.
Like, your support is everything to me.
It's the truth. Yeah.
It truly is.
We love you. We love you a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And last night, I got my money and I ordered this boy a bunch of freaking Wendy's.
Oh my God, it was so good. My Shanny. She got me a Dave single, and then she got me a beautiful chili with cheese. And what else was cheese and onion? Extra onion.
Yeah.
I love that extra onion. It just adds so much flavor to the. Oh my God. And look, Wendy's food was always good. They have
It's cheap too.
It's not that expensive.
It was
too.
$20.
What all that food was $20?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Anyway. And then she got me the chive and sour cream potato, which is my favorite. Oh my God, I always love that so much. But it was so good, and thank you, honey.
Yeah.
Like I hadn't had a meal like that in a while, so I needed it, and it was like, oh my God, I'm like fed. Like that felt so good. So you're my queen. Thank you,
Baby.
Mm-hmm.
And then this morning, what did I get you this morning?
You got me this.
He woke up to an Americano.
You treated me way too good. You treated me really, really good. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Very kind girls.
You're welcome.
She's the best. Duncan, yeah, America runs on Duncan. Where's Gavin?
Hi, Gavin.
We need.
Hi, Eli.
Hi, Gavin.
Pee-wee the Boss, wife of the year.
Yeah, you should definitely do that. promote that. She is wife of the year. She's amazing. She's a good girl.
Yeah, I spoiled my man.
You did. Bigly.
That's right.
You bigly spoiled me.
Ooh.
I bet Melania don't do that type of shit for Donald.
No.
I don't think so.
Mm-mm. Nope.
You're a good girl.
Ooh.
Happy.
Oh. Oh.
My girls.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I want you to feel good.
You feel so good.
You feel better.
All right, boo.
See ya.
If that's a start, then that's a start. Yeah. Blues, blues. Oh, stretch, 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 stretch.
What just randomly came in my mind because I was thinking about Roy Orbison's song "In Dreams."
Yeah.
We should look up if there's like a documentary about David Lynch, man.
Oh.
A David Lynch documentary. That would be great.
My doggies and I are in bed under covers listening to YouTube, and now I freaking like Wendy's. Dude. What are we smoking today? Skittles.
Skittles, bro.
Yes, David Lynch is the best.
Yeah,
Yas.
and I'd like to know more about him.
Does Twitch pay monthly or weekly? Monthly.
Yeah, monthly.
But I got my month's bills paid, so I'm a happy girl.
You're good girls.
I know.
I love that he has his own coffee. I want to try the Lynch coffee so bad.
Yeah.
Bad. I should have got it when I had money. I should have tried a pound. David Lynch coffee. I was getting InfoWars coffee.
Oh.
With the chaga mushroom.
Chaga mushroom.
For a good immune system.
You think David Lynch is a hottie?
He's a handsome guy. I think he's handsome looking. He's pretty weird acting though. Oh, he's an eccentric guy. Very eccentric. I think my favorite Lynch movie though is Lost Highway. The music is my time. The music's totally my time. Like '97, The Perfect Drug came out that year.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big fan of David Lynch,
don't
but
like
you already
Lynch, yeah.
you already know that.
Which is cool. He's an
Yeah.
acquired taste, definitely.
He definitely is an acquired taste. He makes you just feel so disturbed with his imagery.
That's the point.
I know it is.
Yep.
And to me, it's just like I don't know.
You're not into it. Yeah.
You should watch the video David Lynch being a madman for 8 minutes straight. Hilarious.
I think I seen that years ago.
Mulholland Drive.
Oh man, that's
The car scene.
Yeah. That was my first real exposure, I think, to the idea of the two girls, and I think that was my first exposure to that, where I was like, yeah, holy shit, that's hot as shit. I'm pretty sure. I never thought of it as that hot before that movie.
Oh
I
Lord.
probably saw it at like 14. I think I was 14 or 15.
It's okay, honey. We'll be pure in both those.
Yeah,
ones.
see? That's maturity.
It's sacrifice for the Lord.
Yeah.
Cause I don't want to hurt him.
No, I don't either.
It would be so much cheaper if the state I live in had Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that, Roxy.
That sucks.
Yeah, it happens though. You gotta do what you gotta do though.
Yeah, you do.
It's okay. But yeah, I feel better. I got things off my chest. I don't feel like weighed down. You know, that I was holding something back.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel relief.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Good.
like I can't. Like I'm gonna be honest. I feel so bad and so sick lately, and like have no energy. Just don't be surprised that I'm just gonna flat tell you how I feel about something if it's bothering me. Because if it's bothering me, I probably should speak about it.
Mm-hmm.
I probably should just be honest about it.
Don't stovepipe
You know,
it.
not be an asshole about it, but talk about it. Because when I hold things in, it's just way too much stress on me.
It festers.
Yeah. Yeah, don't let things fester. Yeah. It's just best to just upfront with things. Yeah. My therapist uh kept telling me be assertive to people. Be assertive to people. It's okay to be assertive, Shannon. It's okay to tell people your boundaries, Shannon. It's okay to do that. And if they don't respect your boundaries, you peace out. You know? You
Well, I
know?
mean, that's
You're not
literally what happened
you're
here.
you're not being rude, you're not being disrespectful when you establish boundaries with things. You know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
not. You're
Yeah.
just being upfront about it. Nah, don't use gummies. They're not as good as vaping.
I.
Proud Mimi.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, and the financial end of it is insane. They're so
Yeah.
expensive. It's
Yeah.
get vape it,
Vape it.
vape it,
Yeah, much better.
or get pills or something.
Yeah. Gummy. Well, even the pills don't.
Yeah,
Like
but if they have,
The Delta 8 edibles are not.
I'd say if they have lung issue and
Yeah.
can't vape it,
Yeah, that's true.
a pill would be probably, or a tincture, if you can find
I
that,
don't know.
like the dropper shit. We can't.
I'm not talking about this, man. You
No.
guys already know.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah. That's a boundary, by the way. I'm not a cat. Yeah, exactly. Here, this is my boundary. I'm going to be asserted with you about said boundary that I set. If you can't respect that boundary, I'm sorry. But it's not good making people feel uncomfortable. And if you feel uncomfortable about something, you should speak out about it. And my therapist kept telling me that. But like me, I've been so abused in my life and I have so much trauma in my life that whenever I was a child and tried to set a boundary, I'd get smacked.
What?
So I had it in my head that setting boundaries was a form of being rude.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's so weird.
Yeah. Well, you get smacked enough over trying to be like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be treated this way.
Yeah, that would happen. You would just let it all through.
Yeah.
Wow.
And my therapist knew that.
Wow.
Did I bring up my mom and dad?
No. Why?
Wow, Nick, you're so invalidating to people.
What are mine?
Go to the corner.
Oh, my boundaries. Uh, I really don't have many, but one thing that gets to me is people deliberately lying about me, saying things that I've done that I have not done. That would be a boundary, but I think that's a boundary for most people.
It's invalidating.
Yeah, that's my boundary. Dealing with people that deliberately lie about me and say things that aren't true.
Right.
That's a boundary for me. If you're going to do that, you're going to be blocked. I just don't deal with it. Because we got enough shit in our life to deal with than other things that they put into our story that aren't true. I'm not going to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not going to deal with it. It's
Mm-mm.
too much for my mental. It shreds my brain and makes me extremely angry, like rage angry. So I don't deal with that.
Kitty, if you want to entertain yourself being a cat, go ahead. I'm fine with that shit. That's your thing.
Ball of yarn
Yeah, right?
or a mouse toy.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Man, Kitty's not nice. Kitty's a bad kitty. Oh my god, I'm not talking about that.
I know you said that last time. We just ignore it.
Yeah, just research it.
Yeah. Just look into it yourself.
Yeah, it's not for me to push the product.
No. We're not endorsed by anything. It's
Yeah. Right?
yeah. You want to sponsor us? Hell yeah.
Yeah, you want to sponsor me, I'll endorse the shit. But,
Yeah.
like,
We're not sponsored or nothing.
not, yeah. Awesome. Yeah. We got that handled.
We should watch something.
Idaho suspect said he felt little remorse. Oh, well, good for you, murderer. He has very little remorse.
The Idaho guy?
Correct.
The Idaho guy.
Yes.
Okay. He'll be a star. It's so weird how certain people we idolize for murder.
Oh, I know,
It's
right?
really, really, really weird.
It really is.
I don't know why we would do this as a society. Glorify murderers.
Neither do I.
But yesterday we covered that. Yesterday with Voorhees, it's like why do we make a star?
We're not making them into stars. We're evaluating their behaviors so we can try to put awareness out there so people can get mental health treatment so that stuff is prevented.
Yeah, I see it.
That's how I see it. I want to prevent this stuff. Yes, preventative measures of murder is mental health at a very young age for people who have disturbing behavior. All you have to do is recognize the behaviors.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Mental health should be the number one priority in the world's should be the number one priority for the world right now.
Yeah, it's been ignored for too long, and now it's an epidemic.
Yep.
And there needs to be resources.
Yep.
For people because they suffer. People are suffering horribly. And you try to get an appointment. You're lucky if you get one. Okay, 3 months, 5 months out. You're lucky.
with more mental illness and cross that with more disparity,
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be an increase in crime. Period.
Yeah,
Period.
that goes right with it. You're
I
correct.
mean, you're talking about people with weak minds, with
Desperate.
poor coping mechanisms to try to survive. So, like, they're going to do things that normal, I guess.
Oh, like take all the copper piping
Yeah.
out of the heating system to
Yeah.
sell for whatever.
Yeah.
That.
We need help
Yeah.
in this world through mental health services.
It's needed.
It's
so
needed. It's needed as much as
bad.
nurses and doctors.
As much as, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a crisis with nurses. I didn't know that. They can't hire enough nurses.
I do have a primary care doctor. What made you think I like, do you guys listen to anything I
Oh
say?
my God. How do you think she gets her medicine, guys? She has a primary care physician.
Holy shit.
You get it?
He has one too.
Yeah.
His doctor is my doctor.
Yeah, we go same doctor even.
Like, you guys don't listen to anything we say.
No.
You just assume shit.
Jeez.
And why is his medical health any of your fucking business anyway?
Yeah, I haven't talked about anything me much.
We were talking about serial killers and you bring out of his fucking medical health out of the blue. Like, seriously, how is it your fucking business? Like, fuck off. I'm not answering your fucking stupid questions like that. How about mind your fucking business?
I never saw a documentary on the BTK guy.
You want to know about the BTK killer?
Man, I don't know.
All right.
He's pretty fucking rough. There's a video right there. You know, 2-hour one.
This one? All right.
Serial killer documentaries.
Wichita is the largest city in Kansas and recognized as one of the major mid-sized cities in the nation. Founded in 1868, the city enshrined the name of Wichita Indians who had made that area their home. The people of Wichita take great pride in their community, a fact that has earned the city a national distinction of All-American City not once, but 3 times.
All-American.
Home to Boeing, Cessna, Learjet, and Raytheon, the city has also been nicknamed the air capital of the world. In this booming city with one of the best economies in the nation, something terrible was born. It's hard to say just when it happened and how long it took to reach maturity. No doubt it began as a fantasy, an angry internal cauldron of hate and frustration. Slowly, the fantasy became an obsession that demanded fulfillment.
See, it started out with lasciviousness, just a fantasy, and then it escalated. Always. Always. That's why as Christians, you try to keep your mind as pure as possible and not think of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because Jesus teaches, if you think it, you're going to manifest it.
But there's a big elephant in the room, too.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a huge elephant in the room. Now, this guy, Raider, he was a Christian, supposedly, right? He was supposed to be a good Christian man.
Yeah.
Am I right about this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The elephant in the room is suppressed sexual desires. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that if you suppress that shit too much, you can find yourself going into very dark areas of that sex.
Yeah.
It can go there. That's what I think happened with this dude.
Yep.
He had these fantasies, but he just kept focusing on it and focusing on it, and it just took him, and he's like, damn, I'm going to do it.
Yep.
I'm going to do it.
Yep. It's not a good thing.
Any man can do that, too.
When you have fantasies like that, you got to rebuke that in the name of Jesus Christ.
Because it's satanic.
Yeah.
You have a desire to hurt.
To harm.
To harm. Why? Like a drive to have a sexual partner is fine. But when you mix it with hurting them, whoa, okay, something's wrong there.
See, Bootylicious, I agree. Why would you suppress when you have a wife that is happy to fulfill you? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Was this dude married? I don't know if he was married.
Do you want to talk about Rev's mental health? I don't think he wants to talk about his mental health.
Look, I have some of this shit, so I'm chilling. If I'm medicated, I'm pretty fucking chilled guy.
Yes, the Minority Report predicting crimes. Yes. I love that movie, actually. That's a good movie.
It's one of the best sci-fi movies I think of all time.
It is. One of the best.
Easy. It was ahead of its time with the imagery and everything.
Yep.
It was a beautiful movie, actually. That's old, man.
All right.
What year did Minority Report come out? Like 2001? Really? Oh. Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate that, okay? There's nothing wrong with trying to help me get appointments. I'm telling you, I do everything I can to get a timely appointment, okay? That's for me to worry about. That's my personal health care shit. I'm good. Yeah, no problem. Okay? I appreciate the concern. But things are happening, so don't worry.
Maybe I'm protective of Rev because I know him and I know how he'll react. He'll do the same thing with me.
Yeah?
But there's a problem when I say something.
Why? You're just being a good girl.
I know, I love you.
I love you too. I want you protected.
All right, Eileen, I'll look at it.
And to be healed. I want you happy, healthy.
Baby.
That's what I want. This is going to be a rough one, man. They're going to tell the details of the fucking assault and shit.
I never complained about him talking about his mental health either.
No. What? Shanny always lets me talk about that if I want. What the fuck?
They make shit out of nowhere.
How about we change this totally, folks, okay? Let's not have the mindset of Shanny lets Rev do, period, anything. Don't have that mindset, because our relationship is not like that. It's like any other good marriage where if I have an idea of doing something, I'd say, hey, honey, what do you think of that? And most of the time she's like, yeah, sure. What? Yeah, I know you don't. I know a lot of people don't believe that. But I'm saying that mindset comes from trolls. Trying to say that she controls my ass and starves me with the no food and the revelation twist. You know, could I just have little foods? You know, that's fucking performance art bullshit, really. But people make stuff of it. And then it gets to my baby girl. Whatever. I love Shanny. Period. She ain't abusive. She's nothing like that bullshit. She's awesome. That's my point. I'm frustrated.
Because I said, Shanley, do I really have to do this? That's all you get that from?
Oh, yeah, the one time I was on live or whatever, yeah, because I didn't feel like being live. I don't like sitting there with a phone looking at a chat. I don't like that. I love sitting at a computer desk with a computer doing it, with a microphone in front of me, because I feel like it's a radio show.
No, you don't know how exactly I treat him. Because obviously you don't see it.
They see us a long periods of time together. You treat me fine.
Yeah, you're making shit out of molehills. Now go to the corner.
We do like 12-hour streams, guys.
All right, go to the corner. Stop trying to start a fight. Go to the corner.
Oh,
Stop causing drama.
Christ.
You're making drama out of nothing because you're dumb and you're looking for something to do with your life because you're trolls and you're bored. Stay in the corner.
Planning and execution of this seminal event took over his conscious thought. Just once, he told himself, and then he'd be free of this overwhelming need. It wouldn't be necessary to ever risk doing it again. But he was deluding himself.
Yeah, I
The
agree.
trophies,
Candle
the
of Omen.
photos, and the memories
Or
were poor
Orman?
substitutes for the electrifying
Candle of
thrill
Orman.
and release of the act itself. The power he felt when he held a life in his hands was unparalleled.
You can go to the
There
corner
just had to
too.
be some way to continue what he was doing without getting caught. Stopping was not exactly an option he had to consider. Of course there was a way. For someone with
Chat
his intellect,
genocide.
there was always a way.
No,
Cops are
more
stupid.
like putting them in the corner for 600 seconds.
Dunce hats. You're the teacher.
Yeah.
The teacher puts.
Yeah, they're misbehaving. They're starting to start shit. Fuck that, man. I ain't doing that, man.
Man.
Nah, man.
This should happen in Kansas.
Yeah, I've been through this way so many times. This is old shit, man. This may be new to some people, but this is old shit to me. This is the same people I've known for years doing the same shit to me. So they can be in the corner for a while and think about what they've done, so they've realized how to behave like decent humanity people.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Andrea.
Yeah, get to the principal's office.
Yeah, exactly, Juicer. To the
Okay.
principal's office.
Here's your hall pass. Get to the principal's office. You're done. Okay?
Yeah. Go think about your actions and your words.
Did you ever have a teacher say that to you?
Nah, behaving is for simps? Okay, then. You can go to the corner, too.
Oh, my God. Come on.
You want to act like 3 years old? You're going to be treated like you're a 3-year-old. Mama Shannon has had enough. Now let me see my true crime, god damn it. You would kill for a good coffee right now?
I know, right? I got
What's
it.
your Cash App, Bootylicious?
My baby's a good goose.
What's your Cash App, Bootylicious?
Bootylicious.
I don't have one, but thank you. Alright, fine.
You got PayPal?
What about you, homeless in America? You got a freaking Cash App? Alright. Now, I can't do this for everyone, okay? This is like a one-time thing, alright? But someone asked for coffee. And I can provide. And I will.
Everything you said running in my head, running through my head, running in my head, running. No, I don't want that in my head. That'll never go away. That's the type of song that could be in your head for like 2 years straight.
There we go. There you go, bud. Get 2 coffees on me.
Oh yeah, I'd use a coffee maker, definitely.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. The weather's pretty shitty here.
Oh my God, thank you so much. No problem. Enjoy your coffee, babe. Get 2.
Yeah. Don't worry, be happy now.
Yeah.
Of course, that Shanny's like does that shit. Homeless in America. I mean, if you are, we helped a lot of the folks out in Colorado. What?
I love the homeless. They're my people, man. Thank you, Rev, too. No problem.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Enjoy.
I know how it is to be on the streets, man. And you're cold. He needs coffee. The first coffee you had in a while.
Yeah.
That's just gratefulness and like, thank you, Jesus, down your throat.
Oh, it was so good. Yeah, that
right?
Because it's exactly how I liked it. You made it exactly like I like it. You're my girl.
All right, you can go to the corner too, because you're dumb.
Jesus Christ.
Like, man, why you guys gotta force me on that, man? Give you time out.
You're like Ice Cube, you know? You're like fucking Ice Cube.
Message stays highlighted. That message? Yeah, that message can go on timeout too. There. Timeout. Bad children.
Mm-hmm.
Bad. In decibels, what's the loudest Rev has burped? He's really good at it.
What?
I don't know. I think I burp louder than Rev.
Probably. I'm not positive of that. You have to measure it in amps, not amps. I don't know what it is.
Comfy. Stop starting shit. Shanny, can I be timed out for shits and giggles? Sure.
Mm-hmm. You got a deal, boy. I'll get your band, boy. The bassist that Lemmy Kilmister said was the best of all time. Who's the best bassist, Lemmy?
Who's the best bassist?
Yeah. He's, yeah.
Slash?
He said the best of all time was the Who bassist John Entwistle. The Who. The Who. He's probably... No, hey, he's probably correct. Okay? There's some wild bass lines in the Who shit.
Head.
No.
No, give it a head.
No way.
No!
It's Fieldy, dude. Fieldy's the fucking bass player. Head's the guitar player.
Okay, you're better than me then. You know
Fieldy.
shit better.
Fieldy.
Fine, fucking Fieldy. There.
He's good. I love his slap style. Is real awesome. That's really awesome style. Lemmy's a god, though. Like, everybody... Lemmy's fucking... he's amazing. Like,
right.
If I could come back, I'd want to come back as Lemmy. Like, what did he experience?
Coffee House Crime?
That's a good channel. That's a great channel, actually. All of these true crime channels kick ass.
That's true.
Oh! I don't know. I really like the long videos. Yeah, great voice. I really like the voice on Explore With Us. It sounds like the Scream voice synthesizer.
I don't know if she was insane. She made some bad choices, yeah. Hi, cool. We're good. We're good.
Left.
We're good.
This is Monsters.
Mile High podcast out of Colorado. Oh. No, I can't watch that. That just breaks my heart.
Make you sad.
I didn't want to leave Colorado.
Who did? Your face, you're so cute. Baby girl. But Jesus kept us okay.
Yeah. I miss my mountains. I loved my mountains.
I got connected to them too.
I loved going outside and just seeing those beautiful snow-covered mountains.
Yeah, you're in a valley now, though. So.
I got my birds. I'm fine. The birds are beautiful. Oh yeah, you want to learn about the BTK. I totally forgot about that.
But he knew that. No match for him. No Harvard graduates were on the Wichita police force. If he was careful, there was no reason for him not to indulge himself as many times as...
Well, I'll say this. You can definitely breathe better in PA than in Colorado.
There's a higher burden on your lungs in Colorado. There just is.
Yeah.
It is. There is. Oh my God, especially if you're in a higher building like we were in, remember? We were in a higher building, and the higher you went, you were like on the second floor, you were like, Jesus, I can't breathe.
Yeah, exactly.
It was rough. But beautiful. Just... It's a great state.
He wished. Truth be told, the element of danger added to his excitement and kept him on his guard. Dawn. On January 15th, 1974, a chilly winter day, 15-year-old Charlie Otero began his afternoon walk home from school. Charlie,
chilly.
his parents, and
23
four
degrees
siblings
out.
had recently moved into a quiet, peaceful suburban neighborhood in a small frame house located at 803 North Edgemore
Got a nice
Street.
beard.
Yeah.
Charlie, happy that another school day had come to an end, walked gingerly up the sidewalk towards his home. As he opened the front door and walked into the living room, nothing immediately seemed out of the ordinary. "Hello, is anybody home?" he called out into the quiet house. There was no response, not even a bark from his dog.
Yeah.
Such quiet was unusual. With some trepidation, Charlie walked towards his parents' bedroom. A strange feeling of dread welled up inside him. Charlie's father, Joseph, 38, was lying face down on the floor at the foot of his bed. His wrists and ankles had been bound. His mother, Julie, 34, lay on the bed bound in similar fashion, only she had been gagged. For a few seconds, Charlie could not move. He didn't know what to do. Moments later, his senses came back to him, and he rushed out in desperation to get help for his parents, not realizing that he'd experienced only a portion of the horror that the house had in store.
Wow.
That
A neighbor
poor
who came
man.
into the house to help
boy.
realized that when he tried to call the police, the phone lines had been severed.
Wow.
As the police searched the house, they were shocked to find 9-year-old Joseph II in his bedroom, face down on the floor at the foot of his bed. His wrists and ankles were also bound.
Really?
The only difference being that over his head was a hood, and according to one reporter, he had 3 hoods covering his head.
Oh my
The
God.
worst was yet to come. Downstairs in the basement, Charlie's 11-year-old...
Oh my God, you sick fuck.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking monster. Nah.
There's another thing that drag used to terrorize us with, is with that character, the BTA, all of the Dragoons, remember?
Gary Ridgway? That's
Gary-
his name. That's his name?
Mm-hmm.
Gary Ridgway is BTK. No.
Yeah.
His name is Dennis Rader.
Oh, Dennis Rader. I'm wrong.
No,
Sorry,
that's
my brain.
that's the other
That's
case.
the Green River Killer.
Green River Killer.
Yeah.
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 So weird
Sorry.
to troll people with that.
Yeah. I
Like,
don't get it.
They like to troll Vaughn with like Michael Myers. It's like Joker and Michael Myers all the time. People with avatars.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
I don't know. It's really weird behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, BTK is different.
Yeah, I'm wrong. Green River Killer. Shit, my brain.
I don't know anything. We should look that up next. The Green
See,
River
they're gonna
Killer.
give me an MRI in my fucking brain. I will ask them for that too, because there's some brain rot going on.
You might have MS. You might have MS.
I might.
You got the walking stuff. You drop.
God,
you've been
how
dropping
many
stuff.
maladies am I gonna have?
We'll see. Okay, let's not think about that. That's for the 23rd. Okay, we can't do nothing. All right. Don't focus on that. Let's
Okay.
focus on serial killers.
Okay.
11-year-old girl, dude.
sister, Josephine, was discovered hanging by her neck from a pipe. She was partially nude, dressed only in a sweatshirt and socks, and she'd been gagged. Investigators were stunned at this daytime execution-style multiple murder in such a quiet neighborhood. From the very beginning of this case,
There's Batman.
police have been very
Maybe they'll
cautious
learn.
about revealing the
No, but
details of the
anybody else
murders.
does it. It's actual.
What they
content.
did say was that all 4 of the victims had been strangled with lengths of cord cut from a Venetian blind. There were no cords like that in the house, so the killer had brought the cords, hoods, tape, wire cutters, and possibly a gun with him. According to Captain Paul Dodson of the Wichita Police Department, semen was found throughout the house, and it appeared as though the
I'd
killer-
rather see Gary Ridgway.
You want to do that now and skip that?
Yeah.
Okay. He's going around the.
This
house
is what
jerking
I
off.
was harassed with for years.
Yeah.
With this guy. There you go, the Green River Killer. See?
Yeah.
My brain.
45 minutes. There you go.
Let's see. I want to see what kind. Real crime.
Yeah, he's a creepy looking dude.
Well, yeah, this one has more views.
Okay.
More views. It's been passed around more.
All right.
You are a loser. You're a coward. You are nobody. You are an animal.
These are relatives of victims.
What do I mean, iconic? Drag and his Dragoons had this, like, character that they posted all through YouTube called Gary Ridgway, right? Which is this guy. And they had the avatar of him, and they acted like him for years.
So weird.
For years.
the Green River Killer.
May God have mercy on your pathetic soul, because the rest of us who know the truth about you won't.
The most prolific serial murderer America has ever known.
The one thing that I want you to know, I was that daughter at home, waiting for my mom to come home.
Later,
Whose
Andrea.
19-year reign of terror left the area surrounding Seattle littered with corpses.
I don't wish for him to die. I wish for him to have a long, suffering, cruel death.
But who was the Green River Killer? And was he born to kill?
When he went through the door and left to go to work, he wasn't the man that I knew.
I already like this. I like how that's designed. That's good editing.
The old Highway 99, adjacent to Seattle's SeaTac Airport. 30 years ago, a notorious spot.
This area, back in the early 80s, had a very transient population. There were topless bars over here. There were a lot of hotels where you could rent rooms for an hour or two.
Faye Brooks, then a detective assigned to sex crime cases, was regularly called to the street known simply as the Strip.
There were a lot of young women who were working the streets.
All the girls were young, and some of them had troubled past, but all of them are somebody's daughter and somebody's sister.
A lot of the young girls had grown up in abusive homes, and that was why they were running away. And I could relate to that. I'm a survivor of child sex abuse, and there but for the grace of God were I, and so I could certainly empathize with them, and I also wanted to help them.
One such woman was Marcia Chapman, a street worker who claimed to have been raped.
And the apartment building where she lived was right here.
Marcia was a beautiful.
You're asking my fat ass if I have a gym membership? And you highlighted that message too. I'll let you answer that question for yourself. I think you know it.
Beautiful, statuesque black woman. She was 31. She had 3 children. She couldn't support them on the job she could get, and she was working as a prostitute.
She was living in an apartment that was sparsely furnished, so I think she was.
That's a nice apartment.
She seemed to have a kind heart and was a nice person, but.
I love me Anne Rule. I love me Anne Rule. I love her books, Homeless. You're not far from Seattle? Oh, okay.
Nirvana territory.
Yep. Coffee territory.
Yeah, first Starbucks.
Exactly.
That's right.
No, if I went to Seattle, I definitely want to try their different coffee places.
Yeah, the small ones?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
You'd have to go to the first Starbucks, too.
That's true.
To get I'd have to have an Americano from there. Yeah, oh man.
Under the circumstances, she did what she had to do to make ends meet.
Marcia's alleged rape was typical of the hazards working girls on the Strip faced. At the time, best-selling crime writer Anne Rule lived just blocks from the area.
Hey, baby girl.
I would sometimes stop and warn them and say, do you know what I do for a living? I write about murder. And you don't have a chance on
She was the last person to hug and kiss Ted Bundy.
Nuts.
She knew him before he did any murderers. She worked at a call center with him.
Crisis.
A
for
crisis center for women,
oh my
yeah.
God.
Ain't that cool?
That's crazy that he had that job, though.
Right?
That's really insane.
Hi, Nezuko. How are you? But yeah, I like her book about Ted Bundy. What was it? A Stranger Close Beside Me, I think it's called. Let me make sure that's what it's called.
We're doing good, blessed, highly favored of Jesus.
No, it's called The Stranger Beside Me. The Stranger Beside Me. That is a great book. It's a great read. It's about Ted Bundy. I wonder what she got for, like, what is the reviews for it? Like, I've read a lot of Anne Rule. She's one of my favorite. Oh, it got a 4.6 on Amazon.
Really?
Yeah, almost 5 stars.
Amazing.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's a good read.
That proves it.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. You don't see that.
Yeah.
You rarely see that. A 4.5. That's a good book.
Yeah, I remember reading that book and I couldn't put it down. It was one of those books.
Yeah.
But she was writing it from her own personal perspective of how she knew Ted, how she loved Ted. Like, she loves Ted Bundy. Because they had
She loved him till the day he died?
Yeah. Like I said, she was the last person to hug and kiss him.
Wow. So she accepted he was mentally ill?
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. He was
Yeah.
basically a good man that just had a horrible psychotic mental condition.
Yes.
To murder.
He did.
I mean, I could see that perspective.
And it all starts with a fantasy. It always starts with a fantasy, but this isn't about Ted Bundy. This is about Gary Ridgway.
Yeah. They're just getting into it. They're talking about a prostitute that was raped, and it was probably Gary Ridgway that did it.
Probably.
We'll see.
Looks like they're all gone, though. I guess I called them out on their bullshit, and now they have to stop.
Good.
Yeah, think of another plan.
Bear, how do you know who you're getting in with?
Plot some more.
Usually they would just shrug and walk away.
In 1982, the dangers of working the Strip would be brought home by a discovery in the nearby Green River.
There was a man on the water in a boat, and he saw underneath the water what he thought was a mannequin. It wasn't a mannequin, it was a human being, and there were 2 of them there. Well, one of the victims in the water, her hand was just waving with the current of the water. And it was like, ma'am, please help me. But of course it was too late.
As police investigated the crime scene, they made another grim find.
Processing the scene where the victims were in the water was where we found the 3rd victim on the banks.
Yeah.
They were all within a few feet of each other, and so clearly, the same killer had put all 3 of the bodies there.
All 3 women had been picked up from around the Strip by what the FBI dubbed an organized serial killer.
The organized offender was more planned, more premeditated, was able to conceptualize crimes and carry them out very efficiently, namely because of the fact that they had very little feeling for another human being. They looked at a victim as an object for their excitement. Basically, you're talking about a sexual psychopath.
The
He was
victims
sick.
were 16-year-old Opal Mills, 17-year-old Cynthia Jean Hines.
He likes them young.
Yeah.
And 31-year-old Marcia Chapman.
Oh, wow.
When I found out that it was Marcia, I don't think I had any words that I could say. It was like, oh my God, somebody killed her. It was really sad.
Horrible. Horrible.
We did not know this was only the beginning of a reign of terror, and we wouldn't know who was doing this for a very long time.
On Seattle's Strip, the Green River Killer had found a rich hunting ground that would enable him to amass a body count unrivaled by any serial killer in American history.
Yeah, I'll take some Wendy's.
We had Wendy's, though. We need to let people know we had one. It
Yeah,
was
we
amazing.
did. But I'll take a Frosty.
A Frosty, bro. Watermelon. Watermelon.
I did.
By autumn of 1982,
I didn't eat it online, though.
bodies of 5 young women had been discovered in or beside
Yeah,
Seattle's
last night,
Green River.
the money came in.
They had disappeared from a notorious highway known as the Strip, an area where prostitution was rife. And the Green River Killer had only just begun. On the 15th of September 1982, 18-year-old...
It was good. I had a... What is it? The junior, whatever it is? What's it called? The smallest hamburger.
Oh, is it called a Dave Jr.?
A Dave Jr., yeah. A Dave Jr., and I had a baked potato.
Yeah. You
So
got your
good.
chili?
Yes.
You still got some?
I still have my chili.
That's
I didn't
awesome.
eat that.
That's great. I ate everything like a pig.
He did.
And
He
it was
ate
delicious.
everything.
It was so good.
It was so good.
Oh, it was so good.
But, like, seriously... There's something wrong with my appetite. Like, I don't eat anything anymore.
My mom was the same. Very little.
That's not normal.
No.
It's definitely not normal for me.
No, it's not.
I'm a foodie.
You got something going on, man. We'll see. We could just have fun with the show for now.
Hey, I'm just gonna have fun. Whatever.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
You can focus on this on the time you can. You have to.
Hey man, if people want to pay me $10, $20, $100 just to troll me, they can go and cash at me that shit and I'll read their fucking statement out. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, that's cool.
So if you want to cash me $10, $20, $100 and say a really bad freaking insult, I'll read that. How about that?
Holy shit.
For my cash app.
There's certain things she can't say though, folks.
Yeah.
Realize that.
You can't be trusted with that.
What?
I can't be trusted with that? Then fuck your deal, dude.
Can't be trusted.
I don't even need to give you attention now if I don't want to. You do realize that.
Let them all in.
It's a privilege to talk with me, not a right. Know that.
That's true.
You earn respect. You earn respect. What's wrong with text-to-speech, though? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you guys like to say the N-word a billion times.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And then accuse me of racism.
Yeah. That would happen.
How does one earn your respect? I don't know. Maybe treat someone like a person instead of like a commodity.
It's a good start.
Mary Bridget Meehan vanishes.
Bridget was the much-loved daughter of a Catholic family in Bellevue, a very rich suburb of Seattle. She skipped school a lot. She joined up with a boyfriend named Ray, and they were living in a cheap motel on Highway 99.
Exactly, Salt Webster.
She left. I think she was still possibly turning a few tricks, and she didn't come back. Her family was so upset because she was 8.5 months pregnant.
To every serial killer, human beings are objects. There's no emotional connection. There's nothing there.
On the 20th of September, another girl, 15-year-old Deborah Lorraine Estes, disappeared.
Oh,
She was so pretty.
15.
Just a baby.
Just a baby. Mm-mm.
She has so much pain in her eyes, though.
Ripley.
She's got the same pain in her eyes that I did at that age.
Yeah, the same stare, that same look in the eye.
Like, I fucking hate my life.
My life is fucked.
He took advantage of the vulnerable.
Yes.
Like all these cowardly serial killers.
Cowards.
I don't see them taking down, like, big, bare men, man.
No. No, they don't do that. They find vulnerable fucking women on the side of the road and throw them in their car and then put it in some secluded area and do whatever the fuck they have to. Psychotic bullshit.
Yeah, it's sick. God, I see myself in her. That's crazy.
I get that. I get that. It's the same energy, yeah.
Same fucking... I'll show it to you. Like, this is, like, the same energy...
Same stare.
As this. Like, same fucking energy, dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's put that side by side. And you know, Shannon's doing some video magic. Hold on. Like, that fucking disturbs me, man. Like, you look at those two pictures, and how could I not see myself there?
You stare.
Yeah, like, I've seen way too much. I'm done.
Mm-hmm. I don't need this bullshit no more.
No. I'm sorry, honey. Whatever you went through, at least you with Jesus now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to deal with all that bullshit no more. You're lucky.
Preyed on prostitutes that are vulnerable.
I know, right?
That's what this dude looks like he did. Gross shit.
Right?
Gross.
You see yourself as a murder victim? No. I see the same pain in her eyes as I have.
You've gone through shit.
You know, when you go through shit, there's something that happens with your eyes. You know what I mean? I bet she doesn't have a happy backstory. In fact, I guarantee, with those looks in her eyes, she has zero backstory. See, you guys, you try to assume that I'm looking like something to do with what happened to her. No. I'm looking deeper, man. I'm seeing a woman with pain in her face. Is it so hard for you to see pain in someone's face? Do you not understand that?
I see it. High stress.
And you get timed out for that one.
Great.
Yet police were still unable to identify a killer.
Hostile.
this was the area that I was working, and this is the area where the bulk of the Green River victims were picked up from. And we would sit here.
She looks like you, Shanny. Wow, there's a resemblance. Yeah, the same look in her eyes as I did.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's pain, man.
Pain. This is a girl's.
A 15-year-old shouldn't have that look in her eye, man.
No. I agree.
And look, trying to identify who might be the suspect. We had very dedicated detectives who were determined to solve this case.
On the 26th of September, 16-year-old Linda Jane Rule vanishes.
Linda Rule was a slender blonde girl who lived up in the North End. She had been working the streets, and she had a boyfriend who kind of served as a pimp. She disappeared from an area near the
There
North
you
Gate
go.
Mall.
Prostitute.
They're all prostitutes.
Like
Pain.
all serial killers, he seemed to have the ability to sense vulnerability in potential victims. He didn't take the streetwise girls. He was looking for the younger women.
The women who are vulnerable.
By the end of 1982, 15 girls would be missing.
The girls who get kicked out of their family's house for having a boyfriend.
Or something, yeah. And then they resort to prostitution.
Yeah. Like, it's like, even in nowadays, it's amazing how many parents kick their teenagers out of the house.
Yeah, that's nuts.
And put their children on the streets.
That's wrong.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, when I was in Duluth, I was taking care of kids who got kicked out of their house by their parents for just being gay.
Horrible. Shit.
And you're reported and banned now.
Oh my god. That's rough, man.
Have a nice life, man. I hope you get the help you need. And banned. And banned. There we go. Thank you, Arnie, for subscribing.
Mm-hmm.
No. Here. See, that's better. Just some people, they just want to stay banned.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's what will happen then. That's
I
cool.
mean, I try to be nice, but you just want to bring bullcrap in my chat. Things that aren't true. Things that are meant to intimidate or scare me.
Oh, I gotta check the furnace. Oh, good Lord. Be civil, for fuck's sake.
It's like humanity. Please. Get your shit together. We don't have to be uncivil. We don't have to be uncivil. And I don't have the energy anymore to be uncivil. I just don't. Thank you, teddy bear. I don't have it anymore. So I'll keep you banned. And then there's going to be a time where I unban you, and maybe you'll think, hey, maybe I shouldn't be so aggressive towards someone. I hope that happens with you. I would like that to happen with you. I mean, it is a positive step. I mean, there's nothing negative for wanting that. Civility. I mean, we are supposed to live in a civil society, are we not? I mean, what is society without civility anyway? So please, be civil. I'm not asking for much.
Or found dead, and pressure was mounting on the sheriff's task force.
People hoped that law enforcement would be successful. There were different rumors that were passing around of who the person might.
There won't be any Lisa Marie documentaries, Warner, because she's passed, and I believe that she needs to be at rest. So.
Might be.
Hello, Mountain Mama.
Speculation that it might be
They are cute.
because of the easy access that the individual had to the number and variety of women in the community.
You know, the unfortunate thing is some of the women of the street felt like the sheriff's office wasn't investigating the case as hard as we could have because they were street kids and runaways, and that's not true. Everybody assigned to that investigation was committed to solving it, committed to bringing this person to justice, because these were, you know, somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, somebody's mother, and we cared about them. We cared about them like they were our own kids or our own family members, and we wanted to solve it.
Then, on the 30th of April 1983, a young girl was spotted being taken from the strip.
She's beautiful. Why? Like, this stuff needs to stop. How could someone look at that beautiful face and want to hurt them? I don't get that mentality. I don't get it. Like a doll baby. I know. You're hanging out with Desperado. Awesome, Transformer. Hi.
You got it. It's awesome. It didn't get delayed or nothing.
I know.
That's good. I love getting a toy like that, or like a prop, like movie prop.
She looks like an angel.
God bless her. It's fucking...
She was so innocent looking.
Very.
Oh, that bastard. How could he?
The things that these people do, too, it's just that, like, you see, they have no conscience. They can't.
Mm-hmm.
For the it's either that or it's always demon possession, which I'm open to.
Yeah, I guess so.
If a person is capable of this, they're demon possessed. Period. Hey, what am I on?
So full of hope and promise. Yeah, that can be quickly dissolved.
Maria Melvar,
But you know
with
what?
her boyfriend.
I take what I get what I get, and I take what I take, and you know, I just let God give me what He gives me, and just let life take me where it wants to take me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Jesus, take
You
the
know?
wheel.
Yeah, right? That's where I am. Like, I'm done with plans and everything. Like, you never know where you're gonna go.
No.
Let's just be honest. Life can take you in a completely different direction than what was planned. And when that plan that you worked so hard for completely shatters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts.
Mm-hmm. Been writing the script for the stop motion. Can't wait to get to the point where I can get some voice acting in. Ah, oh, that's awesome. All people are capable. The human animal is the most dandruff, and there is difference between a civil human and a wild human. The same with dogs. That's true, Mountain Mama.
Mm-hmm.
The human animal is the most dangerous animal, and there's a difference between civil and wild. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is the wild humans should know better.
Mm-hmm.
And they do it otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
We're at a restaurant on the highway. Her boyfriend went to make a phone call. When he came back, Maria wasn't in the restaurant. And he was very concerned, and he thought, well, I'll go on the highway and see if I can find her. And he realized...
You know what, Mama, you got a point there. They normally do know better, but nobody was in their life to help them choose a more civilized life. People that go out and do it for fun, though, are damaged in the brain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Damaged in the
brain. I guess if no one's doing it, I guess you have to do it, Mountain Mama. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I did what I did today. It's like no one's saying anything, and I'm feeling uncomfortable. I guess I'm gonna have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be your own advocate. What the fuck was that shit? Oh, the mail.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be your own advocate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You gotta. And when someone's crossing your boundaries, you gotta let them know.
Mm-hmm.
They're in your bubble. It feels too icky.
Weird, man.
Yeah. Let's just hope people start remembering to respect boundaries, you know, because they don't like their boundaries crossed either.
Oh, never.
Nah.
That Maria was in the truck ahead of him. There was a man driving, and then she was talking to the man. And so he determined to follow the truck because he wasn't sure what was going on. He worried about her. And they got up to the stoplight at Highway 99 and 216th. But when he turned left, he couldn't see the car.
Marie's boyfriend returned with her family to search the streets for the pickup truck she'd left in. And in a quiet cul-de-sac, just a few blocks from the strip, they found it, parked outside the modest home of a local truck painter.
And they asked local police, please, to go there because they believed Maria was in that house. One of the sergeants did.
I get you there, Mountain Mama. God will help us who help themselves, but like my in-laws next door, they want everyone to help them without even trying to help themselves, so I'm done helping them. I get you. Oh, hey, maybe. You got no notification? Ah, Twitch is broke.
Sometimes.
Yeah, hi, Olive Oil. Twitch gone broke.
Cool. Glad you're here.
I'm glad you're here. You didn't either? So weird. Yeah, Twitch is broke.
That happens.
Yeah, it does.
You might get it in like 15 minutes.
Months ago, we were out of it. Any good food for the girls and couldn't make it due to snowstorm or rain or something. And I asked her to get us some chicken nuggets for the kids, and she ignored me. Oh, nah.
That ain't right.
Yeah. They won't help you when you help them. Yeah, you gotta help everyone that helps you, man.
Yeah.
That's the way how you do it, man.
If you can.
Yeah, if you can.
You must. If you're Christian especially.
Yeah.
If you can, you must. Hi, little watermelon.
Alright. Well, people will come in when they come in, you know.
Watermelon. Oh, cuckoos.
I ain't bothered, Huns.
Oh.
It's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. That's what I'm about.
Mm-hmm. Watermelon.
No, I get you, Mountain Mama. Alright.
What a good ghost.
She is a beautiful ghost.
Yeah, she's floofing.
Sorry, had a little rant. Thank you for listening. No problem. You gotta let it go sometimes.
Yeah.
I still try to pray for my sister-in-law and her husband. It's hard. Yeah, they'll find their way. They'll find their way, Mountain Mama. Yeah, we're all fucked. I agree. I agree. So since we're all fucked, we could at least be civil about things.
Yeah, and we'll be fucked together. And,
yeah, have mercy, man.
Yeah. Just watch YouTube videos.
Yeah, just forgive each other. No need to start nonsense with people.
Go there. Knocked on the door. A man answered, and he said, "There's nobody here but me." And they didn't press it.
No more division, only peace. Yeah, exactly. I'm sick of it.
That they throw off even people who are considered experts. The serial killer is
like, and if you don't like someone, just avoid them. You don't have to be around them.
Yeah.
You know, no one said you had to like them, but at least be civil about it.
Yeah. Be civil.
Nah, I ain't setting ground rules per se. I just want civility. Like, I don't think that's harsh.
No.
the Olympiad of the pathological liar.
The man's details joined hundreds more in the task force's files. A saliva swab would later be added. Still, girls continued to vanish.
And the list kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
By June 1983, at least 26 girls had disappeared.
They learned from their crime.
I hear you there, Mountain Mama. I hear you there.
As their murders grow in number, their efficiency increases.
The remains were being found.
Yeah, we're having a good one, Scorpion.
Quiet, dark areas.
That summer, 5 girls went missing.
By the time they're up to 5 or 6 or 10 homicides, they become very difficult to catch.
The fear was tremendous and deep throughout the entire community.
Yay!
Autumn, 5 more vanished.
Some of them were in the mountain foothills, some of them were down in the Green River Valley.
he was, ahead of us. We wanted to catch him. We wanted to stop him.
Winter and spring 1984. 4 more girls gone.
It would be 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 in one spot.
Unbelievable.
He was outsmart.
He would just drive around and find vulnerable young ladies and just pick them up and just...
Horrible shit.
Mountain Mama asked you a question.
Oh. Find it helps to drink Monster Energy drinks or Red Bull for your ADD. I always self-medicated with Yeah. I don't know if I have attention
Oh, it's your birthday, Olive Oil. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
All right, Pretty Pistol.
All right. I was medicated with Adderall and written through my school years, but quit when I graduated. Yeah, I had never been diagnosed with ADD or nothing.
Aw, 51, gorgeous.
I can focus pretty well when I want to. It just has to be something I really want to focus on. And I don't have a problem with it then. But if it's boring dog shit, it's yeah, I'll just go to something else.
Yeah.
It's if I'm bored by it.
This stuff doesn't bore him.
No, I get involved for some reason. It's very engaging to me.
Yep.
I think it's because I'm so far away from these guys.
Men get better looking when they get older. Good for you.
Shanny.
Yes.
I think I'm fascinated by this type of shit because I'm so far away from these guys.
Yeah.
I'd never dream of
I think that's why I am too.
Yeah. Because I love women, actually. I love them.
Yeah, and me, it's I want to help these people's minds.
Yeah.
Put them back.
Yeah. But whenever I thought of a woman, I always thought, I want to give her pleasure. I want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to make her feel good.
Feel good, exactly. This shit is the satanic opposite of that.
Yeah.
Where you treat the woman as an object. Inanimate object, really.
Right?
It's just so messed up. You're thinking this is a human being, and they just have no. It's just I'm gonna do this to you, It's insane, dude. It's really crazy. I don't know how people like this exist. I don't know how they can look in the mirror and be yeah, I can get up today, and then go do something like this again, and they get up the next day. And they wash their face and look themselves in the mirror and go, okay, I could do this again today and murder another one.
That's right.
That's insane to me. It's very crazy.
They it becomes addictive to them. They like to see that.
The life out of the eyes and the crazy shit they get to do with the woman's body and shit.
Ugh.
It's always new. Oh, what am I going to do this time?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna cut off a nipple. That's insane. That's fucking.
Everybody was looking for.
It's demonic, bro.
Women like they were garbage.
Dumping women like garbage. It's
This was
demonic.
a dump site. It's not far from the airport. It's not far from the strip where the young girls were missing. In the evenings, it was dark, very secluded. Very few people came down here. You could come. Dump something and be gone, and that's what happened in this location here. They were just dumped.
God, horrible shit.
Among the dozens of bodies found was the 16-year-old Linda Jane Rule. Her skeletal remains hidden under a bush. And in the scrubland south of the airport, the fate of the pregnant 18-year-old Mary Bridget Meehan was finally discovered.
Someone raped her, killed her, and buried her and her unborn baby in a shallow grave on the west.
Yeah, Mountain Mama, I could say that about my mom. There was a lot of times I come home from school and she'd have like muffins or something.
That's the best.
Yeah, you know, she did some horrible things to me, but there were like good times too. Like it was messed up.
I get that. It's like with me, like midsummer for a while, it was like once a month. My grandpa used to come and visit us. My grandpa Davis used to come and visit us at the house in Blakely like every day almost.
Yeah, I wish she didn't have that stigma that she did on mental illness, so she could have gotten help.
Your mom.
Yeah, she would have been such a much better mom.
Nice person. Probably.
Yeah. Like, they diagnosed her with bipolar in the military, and she got kicked out of the army. You know?
She needed mental health.
She needed mental help, yeah.
She just...
And she took it all out on me. No, Mom, your mental illness was started because your dad was a fucking alcoholic and used to beat you. But she had such a stigma on mental health. Like, I remember the doctor was like, Betty, your daughter is very depressed and she needs to get on some medication. And my mom flat out refused. There's nothing wrong with my daughter, blah, 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 blah. And it was all because of this stigma about mental illness, because she was raised, her sister Debbie had epilepsy, and it was very severe epilepsy. And because of that, she got a stigma for some reason on it. She didn't want anyone to be like her sister. And I don't think she realized that the abuse she took caused a lot of trauma, and she was taking all that trauma out on me, and it made a vicious cycle. And that's why I push so much that mental health is important, because I saw how it affected my mom. There's no hate there. I mean, yeah, there was times I got angry and I said vicious things to my parents. You know, even into adulthood I did. You know. But I was hurt. And I guess now they're dead now, it's easier for me to reflect on it. But, like, I just wanted them to love me, you know. Like they loved everyone else, you know. Yeah. My dad exploded on me when he found out I was seeing a therapist at school. My kid's not crazy. I know you feel. Yeah, relatable. When I told my dad I needed therapy, he was like, "No, you don't. I didn't raise you that way." It was so messed up.
What?
Wow.
That's insane, man. They take it as a slight against their parenting skills, and that's nothing what it is.
No, we didn't get a cheesesteak yesterday. No.
You got Wendy's and it was amazing.
My dad was basically the same way about government assistance. He was a prepper. Yeah. I get you in that too. Like, but it's like, when you have that stigma, no one in your family is going to be happy.
Not really.
You got to break the stigma where it's okay. You have a mental illness. There's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah.
You know, and you get treated.
You get treatment.
So you learn how to cope through it.
Yeah. You get treatment. That's all.
Yeah. And there's nothing to be ashamed about over that.
A lot of people have great fear about getting treatment, but it's really not a trauma. Because once you understand you have it, it's like, okay, I can start going forward because I can actually start maybe thinking about ways I can deal with this shit. and not fall apart completely. So it's a good thing to say, yeah, I'm going to do it.
Yep.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah, it is.
Because you hurt the people around you too.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't take care of it.
Yep.
That's inevitable.
Yep. When people keep saying, ow, you're hurting me.
Yeah.
And you're not listening.
Yeah.
You gotta go to therapy.
That's what'll fix it.
It'll help.
That'll be part of
it. You'll become more aware of the behaviors that are bothering others.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to want to get therapy help as an adult now that I have children, because I don't want the stigma of my mental health to say I can't care for my kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that too.
As you just be open with them.
Hi, Megatread.
You gotta be open. Honest.
I don't know if cheesesteaks are a thing in Washington.
A Nirvana cheesesteak.
I bet they got some good cheesesteaks. There's stoners up there.
Yeah, I'm sure they got great food.
Yeah, stoners make good food.
They friggin' do.
They make the best food, man.
Inventive shit.
Yeah, it's like, ah, damn, I never thought about that. My kids know about their genetics and that we will be here for them when or if the time comes their brain snaps for the first time. Wish I had that. Yeah, me too.
Huh.
Me too. And I'm the same with my boys. Like, I'll be like, dudes, you most likely will get mental illness because it's in your genetics and you've suffered trauma. I'm sorry. And they get that.
Yeah.
They've accepted that fate, you know, and that's good to tell your children that. Like, you're probably gonna have, you're gonna have to, you know, probably get therapy, but that's okay. You let them know it's okay. You know, it's normal. It's like going to the doctor when you're sick.
It's the doctor for your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
And your mood and emotion.
No shame.
No. You got to go to the doctor if you get strep throat.
No shame.
You got to go to the doctor if you get a brain a mood disorder.
Mm-hmm.
Because shit happens in life, and sometimes your body gets trauma from it, and you don't even know it.
Yep.
And then you talk to someone about it, and they go, "Guess what? You have PTSD."
She's like, "Hi, Daddy."
Hi, watermelons.
Hi, baby girls.
You want a warm toe bean?
Oh.
Where you go? What are you doing?
Where are you going?
Huh?
Oh, you want to go in the middle of us? Okay.
You want warm toe beans?
He's a good girls.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a good girls.
See, when she walks up there, you can't hear her toe beans because she has fluffies.
Yeah, it silenced the sound.
She's stealth. She's like a ninja. She's got stealth mode on.
My grandmother, who raised me, who had the schizophrenic mother, didn't tell me that I had schizo tendencies and left me to my own brain without knowing what was going on with me. I'm self-aware. What are they? Yeah. Yeah. See, this is why awareness is good and putting that out there and just being like, everyone needs a counselor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They should assign people a regular doctor and a regular counselor.
Yeah.
And you should see them.
Yeah, it should be hand and fist, or hand and glove with your doctor.
Yeah.
Everybody should have it.
I agree. Which means there would be more of a call to go into psychiatry.
Oh, big time.
Big job openings with that.
Huge.
You know?
Yeah. We need new therapists.
That's right. I think you're onto something, Shan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is.
The person that came up with spicy Skittles was probably stoned.
Probably.
Or from Mexico. They like doing that with their candies.
Yeah, I liked Fireballs, but that's about it.
Yeah, like cinnamon's fine.
Yeah.
But cayenne
No.
pepper?
No.
No.
That's wrong.
I agree, Mountain Mama. Mountain Mama said, I wish they would have some sort of psych class in schools to help teach coping mechanisms and teach the children to write emotion journal, not to school therapists. Yeah, exactly. Some kind of like cognitive based holy shit. Cognitive behavior therapy. Like design it so like cognitive behavior therapy in a way to help coping mechanisms, because everyone would be successful if they had some kind of form of cognitive behavior therapy.
Yeah.
Because you recognize your behaviors. Is this a negative behavior? Is this an appropriate behavior? Is this an inappropriate behavior?
I think I was going through that when I was in the head places. They were doing that with me, the cognitive behavior therapy.
I had a very short psych class in high school that kind of went over some illnesses, but that's it. Yeah. Maybe make it part of the health class. That it should be part of health class.
Yeah.
When I was in school, some of my teachers did that with us. It was amazing. There we go. See? We can put this country together. We just have to like realize that mental health needs to be a priority. Because people are sick right now. They're sick, they're angry, they're fed up, and they're taking it out on others. Like most trolls, when they're being vicious, all it is misdirected anger from something that's going on in their life, and they're just trying to put that energy on to something.
Yeah. That's true.
My ex-husband was a PhD in psychology, and we worked in forensics with the courts. And it was so obvious that we need to teach people this crap in school, and nobody wanted to get on board. That's nah. I want to change that. And the children are being neglected due to the way the economy is lately with the germs and wars. Yeah, exactly. Oh, iconic. I'm making Mississippi pot roast, pepperoncinis roast, au jus, ranch, and a stick of butter in the crock pot. Oh, sexy.
Yum.
There you go, Megatread. Mental health, life skills, and financial responsibility. Exactly. That's what schools need. All classes that should be taught. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We need, as a society in the whole world, to put emphasis on it.
Yeah.
Because it's bad right now. People are getting violent. We could stop this. This stuff can be prevented. But we need mental health.
Yeah, it's a must.
I don't believe people are inherently evil. I don't. I believe it's a choice. And mental health can prevent it. I always thought that sex ed class should be less on accidents and more on self-care, if you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly. I'm 60 years old, have never needed the history they lied about anyway. Yeah, right? And I agree with that, Bugs back. The violence is escalating out of simple human desperation. People are not getting what they need, and the whole system needs to be abolished, burnt down, and filled it back up from the ground up. Yep.
Yeah.
We got to restart again, man. I think we do. And I don't think it would be hard to reset per se, because we do have like a good amount of resources. We can pull our asses together. We just need to stop with the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an idea girl. I may not be good physically, but I still have the capability of thought and reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I see a problem in our society. And we need to focus on mental health because it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people shouldn't have to wait months in order to see a therapist. They should be able to see them within a week, just like a doctor.
Yeah. Within a week.
I just wish the schools didn't have to teach the kids that parents would like with, yeah. I think religion and schools should be separated because it's government. Unless it's a religious-based school that isn't government funded. That's just my personal opinion. Like, keep things secular, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has different faiths. And let's respect that.
This side of the highway.
By spring 1984, the killer had amassed more than 40 victims. But then something changed.
The killings appeared to have stopped. Many thought that he was gone.
It's incredibly unusual for a serial killer simply to stop killing. A serial killer will usually only cease murder when he's apprehended or when he dies himself.
He's addicted to it.
In 1985, the truck painter from the house in the quiet cul-de-sac began dating 40-year-old divorced mother, Judith.
When I first met him, I thought he was quite the gentleman. And
now I'm curious about something. Because I'm not quite sure about this in psychology in their experiments. But have they ever been able to measure a brain, how it looks when someone commits the act of murder?
That's interesting.
How does the brain light up?
They probably have an idea.
What center is it?
They probably have an idea of where it would light up, but have they done that? I don't know. That's an interesting question, though.
Yeah. Like, did they have someone think, like, murderous thoughts and see where it lit up or something?
Probably not
like,
actual
what
murder,
part of the brain? Yeah.
It would still be different.
Yeah,
in an
it would.
actual murder.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Because that might tell us something.
Sure.
Like maybe
where you could medicate it, the types of chemicals that you could medicate the feeling away from murdering people.
Yep.
Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure stuff like that's been done. It has to have been.
They've probably taken convicted murderers and studied their brains when shown pictures or when they talk about the act.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
I would actually like to know.
During the act.
Yeah. Because I'm more interested in preventing this stuff from happening again.
Right.
Because everyone has a backstory who do stuff like this. And it's genetic and environmental at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
They all have trauma in their background.
Yeah. All of them, pretty much.
Yeah. Or trauma, like, in adulthood. Some kind of trauma, yeah.
Some kind of trauma.
Something triggered them in their minds. So it's like, we really need to study that so we know how to prevent that stuff from happening. Like, I believe it can be prevented. I truly believe that, if we knew the brain very well. Well, when they bring up the memory of it, their brain should show sign as live in their brain or on a small scale, but yeah, exactly. Oh my god, Megatread. So I spent Thanksgiving and Christmas with a vegetarian Buddhist. I'm back home. I'm currently cooking Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner. You need that turkey.
Mm-hmm.
I need my turkey and I need my ham.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Was it fun to hang out with a vegetarian Buddhist, though?
Mm-hmm.
Did you learn anything? Did it enlighten you in any way?
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. I love Buddhists.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally cool with Buddhists. The wisdom.
They're cool people.
The wisdom. I love it. My son, daughter-in-law, new baby. Oh, you love Buddhism too, Celeste? Yeah, I love it. I don't. I think Buddhism can be a supplement to a supplement religion to Christianity, because it does teach about love, forgiveness, self-restraint.
It's a philosophy.
It's a great philosophy. I dig it.
Mm-hmm.
Velveeta cheese, rotel, jalapenos, ground beef with taco. Yeah, girl, I know that recipe. Pretty Pistol, you are lucky. Those are the best nachos.
Mm-hmm.
Velveeta and rotel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Christian, 20 years inner city ministries. Oh, bless you, Megatread.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. All right. Enjoy work.
Mm-hmm. Hi ho.
Hi ho.
Hi ho.
Vegetarian in Native American language means bad hunter. Is that true? What Native? There's many Native American languages, so which one? Bad hunter, but good gatherer. Ah, Celeste got it.
That's true.
Joke.
So
I
polite,
get ya.
Nice. He loved the country music and the dancing. And he was always smiling. He never got angry. And I just thought he was the greatest. It was like love at first sight.
Within months, the house became Judith's home.
Yeah, they'll be nice.
To help me
I
move,
scared
and
them
I could
away
move in with
today.
him if I like. There was no carpet in his house, so he let me pick out some carpet.
They're all probably calling me a bitch and shit. How dare she be so judgmental and try to play victim when all I was doing was just being honest. Whatever. I wasn't being vicious. You've seen me when I'm vicious. I wasn't vicious. I was being nice. Yeah, exactly, Celeste. Let them do their own thing on, their own way. That's their own life. I don't want to be a part of it, though.
He had
And I don't have to be.
previous renters in there. And he had told me that
All right, olive
the little
oil.
one had wet on the carpet. The house needed a woman's touch.
After 3 years living together, the couple wed.
We were married in 1988. It seemed like the perfect marriage, and so he was good to my daughters, played with my grandchildren. My dreams are coming true.
Judith would enjoy 13 happy years of marriage, while most of the world forgot about the Green River Killer. Most, that is, except the men and women of the Green River Task Force. And in 2001, advances in DNA profiling enabled them to
Yeah, they finally caught the fucker. I suck as a human, but I'm working on it. May I stay if I behave? Yeah, of course. I'm working on being a better person, too. You know?
Always.
Yeah. You know, I'm not perfect either. No one's perfect. I suck as a human, but I'm not really working on it. You are a scorpion. It takes effort to write a mean comment. Just don't do that and you're good. Yeah, exactly. Civility. I have my moments. We all do. We all do. I'm trying, though. I've been lying down listening. When I studied psychology, they said on brain scans that psychopaths lack disgust at horrific images. Really?
There you go.
What lights up? Is it like, is it a form of like fascination or intrigue or something? Man, I need to go back into psychology. Do you know how much more it's grown since I've gone to college? Like, I'm gonna have to restart from the very beginning.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like, they have a different DSMV now. There's a lot for me to learn. Nothing lights up. They are missing disgust. So just blank, just whatever. Like it's like me looking at my phone. They look at some horrible thing and it's like looking at the phone like, wow. Mental health is being studied a lot more and better nowadays. Yeah, exactly. And I love doing it. So it's like, thank you, Scorpion. Huh. That's interesting. I'm gonna think on that one. They do make money. Such a wonderful job. Anyway.
Compare samples taken from the early victims, including Marsha Chapman, with swabs that have been taken from several men questioned during the investigation.
This is the DNA from Marsha Chapman. And
I love the fact that they caught him through his own DNA. Years after he stopped doing it. They gotta spend a lot of education and permits though, right? Yeah. But it's worth it because you're helping society. You know? And I think that's the appeal to the job is like you're literally putting an effort in to help society, the you know, the throwaways of society. You know? Totally worth it. I just wish it was more accessible to people. Me too. That's why we need more people to go into psychology, man. In my life, the therapists are more messed up than their patients, and even more, the therapists' children are more messed up from being analyzed all the time. Nah. My sons are grateful I taught them DBT, because I taught my kids how to cope. You know? So, I don't know. I don't know. Sean Vincent Gillis was like Ridgway, just dumping women's bodies like they're nothing. Is that what they were trying to tell me, the Dragoons? Is they were gonna dump me like I was nothing after they used me up? Maybe.
This is the DNA from the Green River Killer. And we looked at them and we're like, they're the same. They're the same. Gary Ridgway.
Yep. Bye, Gary.
I couldn't believe it. I was just devastated and in shock.
Imagine she is in love with a man that destroyed so many women's lives. Wow. I bet she doesn't look at him like that anymore.
Probably not.
Oh yeah, he's definitely just a coward, picking on the vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I wonder what God's gonna do on Judgment Day to these people.
You're gonna burn. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Annihilated.
She was probably a strong woman that would let herself submit to him. Probably. Poor woman.
Mm-hmm.
She's a victim too.
Mm-hmm.
I think I went into denial. I wasn't believing it.
Only now would the world discover the shocking truth about Judith's husband.
Gary
Ridgway, the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history.
I'm gonna be honest, if God is real, I'm probably going to hell. I'm gay as fuck, and despite being married to a guy, I occasionally have flings with women. He's okay with it. Scorpion, don't feel that way.
No. That alone does not mean you're going to hell.
No.
Not at all.
No. Do you like to hurt people, Scorpion? Or would you rather love people? You know? Do you want to love people or hurt people? That's how God judges your heart. God loves his children. He might not like their decisions you make, but if you feel in your heart you're doing wrong and ask forgiveness and forgive yourself, he will forgive you. Exactly. I don't hurt people, but I can be very judgmental in my mind. Everyone can. But no, you don't hurt people, so I would not worry so much, okay? Like, you're under the new covenant if you know it or not. You're not under Levitical law. You're under the new covenant. So if you live your life by love, you're okay. And Jesus will love you. Okay? Don't worry about that. I'll pray for you. You got this. I'll bring you. How about that, Scorpion? I'll be like, come on.
During the 1980s, the mysterious...
That he put homophobic fear of God in you? Yeah, my son's gay. And I would not do that to him. Because he is a Christian and he loves Jesus so much and he has a strong faith.
Yeah.
He has a strong faith. You know. But don't listen to your dad. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, that's old thinking.
Yeah.
Outdated.
Nah. Nah. Jesus would be cool with you. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You know?
Well done.
You're welcome. Like Jesus Christ says, those who accept you accept me. Those who accept me accepts the Father. So like we cool. So you accept me. So like by default, I'm taking you with me. You know what I mean? Cause I want to share that glory with you. I want you to go to fucking hell because you like to suck dick. Fuck that shit, man. I like to suck dick too. I get it.
I'm a bad bitch. Suck some dick.
I'm a bad bitch. Suck some dick.
Oh my God.
I did it just like her.
Do that Megan the Stallion brah thing. Yeah, there you go. That's really that's hot as shit.
Mysterious Green River Killer had prowled the red light district of Seattle's Strip unchecked, amassing a
About had shitty withdrawals.
In 2001, a DNA match had connected 52-year-old truck painter Gary Ridgway with the first few victims.
He'd been identified as the most prolific serial killer in the history of the United States. Each of us recognized that this would be the biggest criminal case in the history of the state of Washington.
Wow.
The prosecution and defense teams would now be able to interview the man suspected of over 4 dozen homicides.
Nuts.
His eyes.
Yeah.
It's all in the eyes.
It always is. It really is. Always. He's #1 serial killer in history. Wow. Yeah.
Yep, soulless.
Black Pit. This team and shit.
How'd you feel doing that, dude?
I liked it, I think.
God, I would love to interview these people.
Mm-hmm. I know.
God, I want to interview these people so bad. I want to know why.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what made them, like, what was it? What was it?
Mm-hmm.
This killer looks like a mole rat. Yeah, man. I'm going to go into an interview with him, too, because I really, like, I'm wondering, what was it? Because I know he's talked about it. You know, I've read the book on him, so.
I wish we could watch a Charlie Manson interview. I love Charlie.
Godspeed, I get that being gay is more than sucking dick.
Yeah, you put it. Jesus.
It was called a joke to lighten the mood. I'm bi. I Jesus. Anyway, people just don't get my sense of humor, do they?
Not really. Sometimes not.
It's probably similar how Jason was saying a frog when they were younger. I'd done 2 tadpoles and minnows, never went any bigger than that. Realizing what death was as a child, curiosity turns into fascination into obsession. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Fucking explosion of the frog in his eye. His heart exploded out of his mouth. Like, yeah. Holy shit, dude. You got into some shit as a boy.
Not really.
Dude, I can't even say the big thing you got into shit with. Didn't I meet that guy?
No.
Oh.
Not yet. You might.
There was a guy I met at Walmart.
He worked at Wegmans.
No, there was another guy at Walmart, too, I met.
I don't know.
Hi, Celeste. You don't remember.
No, I don't.
It's okay. I don't remember fucking shit too.
Yeah, it don't matter.
I've accepted my dementia.
Pony soldier. I got 3 words for you. Dementia. I got hairy legs.
I got hairy legs. Hey, Alexandra. How are you?
I'm walking down a corridor and I'm going to open the door and be introduced to the supposed Green River Killer. 100 things are going through your mind and wondering, what is it going to be mean? Is he going to be crying? Is he going to be crazy? And I walked in and like, wow, this isn't what I expected.
He was a nice civil guy.
I'm gonna vomit.
Are you? Pretty good.
But he's a monster.
Yeah, those are the worst of the psychopathic killers.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's the ones that are so nice that you swear to God they could be your best friend.
That's scary as fuck.
Yeah, they've been able to imitate how humans interact so good.
Nice people.
But see, I wonder if they're full psychopaths or narcissists, because there is such thing as dark empathy.
Mm-hmm.
We should look into that, dark empathy.
That's nuts.
Right?
Yeah.
All of us kind of looked at each other and said, that's the guy that's been eluding everybody for 20 years?
What was remarkable was that he was.
You have to be a narc to be a killer, in my opinion. Yeah, but what if they did have dark empathy? I'll show you.
So normal.
After this.
No. Well, that doesn't look like the Hilton in there. I got a glimpse of it.
Well, it had a posturepedic mattress in there, so the seer, so that was good. Yeah, a little bit hot in there, but...
If you did not know what he had done, you would like him. The monster within him was well hidden.
Wow.
People want to...
Those are the most dangerous.
That's really scary as shit.
Dark empathy, never heard of that. Is that like the opposite of empathy? No. It's having the ability to empathize with people, but you turn those feelings usual, that's like, oh my God, I'm sorry. You turn it to do malice toward them.
Whoa.
I'll show you.
It's
crazy. Fucked up.
No, that's horrible.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
That's predatory.
Here, I'll do it now. Since, we're right in, like, crosshair of the beginning of his interrogation. Dark empath versus narcissist. Okay.
I'm here with clinical psychologist and narcissism expert, Dr. Romney. Dr. Romney, when is the first time that you heard of the phrase dark empath?
I heard it for a few years back, and I think the term's been floating around for a while. I think some of it relates to the whole issue around, we hear people talking about like the dark triad and the dark tetrad and sort of the dark empath, and there's, people talk about different kinds of empathy, right? And I think that this was capturing people who had a certain kind of empathy structure, because there's cognitive empathy, there's emotional empathy, there's compassionate empathy, right? And they serve different functions. But then this idea that people could have cognitive empathy but not have those other forms of empathy, that got constructed into this idea of the dark empath.
Understood. So when we talk about dark empaths, are we talking about narcissists?
Yeah, I think we're slapping another label on narcissism here. I really, really do. And when I've read it, I'm like, I'm struggling a little with the difference. Maybe the one difference that jumps out at me is that the the dark empath is not the attention validation seeking, which is sort of almost a requirement in narcissism. Dark empath may not have that element. So if you're using that,
And he didn't have that because he was just throwing them away and hiding it.
Yeah.
He was a dark empath, I'm telling you, man. I think I got him pegged.
Maybe.
construct purely the dark empath, you may not have that attention seeking piece in it, but everything else feels like narcissism. And I think the fallout of such a relationship with a dark empath would be the same as we'd see in any narcissistically abusive relationship.
No, Candle,
What do
because
you
I don't
mean?
want anyone harmed.
There are different types of empathies, cognitive versus emotional
You're welcome.
empathy, for example.
So cognitive empathy is understanding a person's emotions, right? So like, I understand that this person feels really angry because their husband cheated on them. I understand that this person feels really resentful because somebody who wasn't as good as them got promoted, right? It's a getting it, right? Understand. You look at a movie, you don't know these people, so you understand why they did what they did. In a way, it's almost not only understanding feelings, maybe even understanding motivations, but it's a kind of a getting it. It's a very intellectual kind of approach to empathy. And the problem with cognitive empathy, to me, is for too many people, it sort of passes for empathy, right? To me, it's intellectual, right? And I think people fall for, well, they said they get how I feel. I'm like, all right, now like, show me how that's got to be backed up with some emotion. And that's where we get into emotional empathy, which is really sort of entering a feeling space like, oh my gosh, like I feel so sad right now. You know, I feel they're so sad, and I want to be there, and it's more identifying with the emotion. It's the not only just getting it, but really identifying you. And when we have emotional empathy, we calibrate to that. So if we were laughing and yucking it up, and then we are encountered with somebody who's going through something difficult, our emotional state calibrates to that as well. We meet them where they're at. We talk about compassionate empathy. Now it gets translated into action. Oh my gosh, you're going through so much. I am so sad. I'm so sorry. Can I get your kids from school tomorrow? What can I do to help out here? You know, you sit and you listen. Even though you are busier than you've ever been in your life, you actually stay on the phone for the hour with your friend instead of saying, wow, that sounds really sad. And I'm so sad. I gotta go. Right, that's in your so that the three can work in lockstep. Like, I hear it, I get it, I feel it, and I'm going to act in accordance with it, with a compassionate gesture, whatever that may be. That's sort of the holistic approach to empathy. Our problem is a person with cognitive empathy. At best, that's empathy light. You know, it's just sort of like, okay, you're acknowledging this, but this is not changing your emotional state. This is not changing your behavior. It's just sort of an acknowledgement that I'm feeling something, and then you're kind of moving on. The person who's in the face of cognitive empathy may not even may not get the benefits of sort of experiencing empathy, which often is a very soothing space. It's kind of like okay. So, and yet to the outside observer, they'll say, well, they said they understood how you feel.
I know. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think I relate to a lot of those things personally as both the recipient of the empathy or lack thereof, and also the provider of empathy or lack thereof. So when it comes to a dark empath and a narcissist, what does their behavior look like when they start showcasing any type of cognitive or emotional empathy?
I see. I think you're spot on about him being a dark empath. Yeah, exactly. He didn't want the acknowledgement, which is normal for narcissism.
If that ever occurs.
So when narcissistic people are actually pretty good at cognitive empathy, and that's why they're so confusing, right? Because in fact, the cognitive empathy, it's a little bit of a weaponizing, right? They'll actually really lean in, they'll hear about you and say, wow, it must have been really hard to have such an angry parent. You know, and you'll say, wow, they're getting me. Like, they see how angry tell me more about that. So you tell them about what it's like to, golly, that must have been a really rough childhood. And you're like, empathy, for sure, empathy. The dark empath uses cognitive empathy almost as a tool to get intel. Now they're learning about you because you think you're getting empathy, right? You know, you don't see there. It's almost like there's something almost surgically precise about how the conversations happen.
Exactly, Mountain Mama.
And then this is where this is what makes the dark empath in some ways the dark. This is the dark part of the empath, is that they then down the line will say something like, "Well, you're just like that crazy family you're from, aren't you?" You see, so now they've taken that, and I've said this on Med Circle before. Love is protecting and guarding the vulnerabilities of the person you care about. So when someone's shared with you a vulnerability, the family and the pain, you'd never bring that out in an argument. Dark empath will do that all day long.
And that's what the trolls do, and that's why I protect Jason the way I do. Because I love him.
Baby.
Oh man, did she just pwn your argument, trolls? Oh!
All night, because it's a way to control you. And now you're devastated, you're feeling vulnerable, and now they're coming at you about how there's something wrong with your family, so now there's something wrong with you. It feels plausible, and a person is now in an incredibly vulnerable position in that relationship.
Yep.
Wow. If you know to look for it, the colors will change. The colors will change. But you've said so many times, people live in that first moment, and they go, "No, he was empathic. He said that must have been really hard for you. Isn't that empathy?" He did, but what else happened?
It's cognitive empathy, right? It's cognitive empathy. And I'm not going to not use that term because they are recognizing an emotion, right?
Yeah.
They're seeing it, they're identifying it, they're recognizing it, but there doesn't seem to be, again, that emotional response to it, and certainly not that compassionate response to it.
Do people who would be considered a dark empath, do they have a higher EQ than an average person?
People who, it's an interesting question. I think in a way people who are dark empaths do have pretty solid EQ because they have the capacity to read a person using that really powerful portal of empathy. So they're able to be present. They're emotionally intelligent enough to read the emotion correctly. That must have been really hard. You must have felt betrayed. So they label the emotion, and when our emotion is sort of given the right name by another person, we feel very supported.
Validated.
Right? So just they're calling it the right thing.
Yep.
They may not be present in their feeling. You may not see the shift in their feeling, but they're calling it the right thing. And so I think there's a definite emotional intelligence in that because there's an awareness of someone's experience of what that would be like and what that would feel like, and they lay it out. So I think that's actually quite emotionally intelligent.
Thank you, Chodosaurus.
And this is why, though, dark empaths, narcissistic people are viewed as somewhat emotionally intelligent. And frankly, in business settings, cognitive empathy works really well. Because they'll say, okay, we've read this, and they almost look at things like data. Like, okay, it's like, right? Our clients are feeling really unsatisfied. I see this. There's a lot of this. And then they create a strategy around that. That's a great example of something a dark empath could do quite well.
Final thoughts on dark empaths?
Don't date them.
Yeah.
It's and ideally don't work for them. Dark empaths are tricky, right? They are the poisonous snake that has the same markings as a non-poisonous snake.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
it's a dangerous camouflage. And I think that what we all do is we accept empathy light and we take it as the real thing, and not understanding that emotional and compassionate piece of it, that's the money shot.
Yep.
And so that cognitive empathy, that ability to identify an emotion and then do nothing about it. Politicians do it all the time, right? Like, I can feel your pain. Really? Then do something about it. And so that cognitive empathy is really what we see in business leaders, politicians, folks like that. And you can imagine that's hurtful enough. And in your own home, it feels terrible. And can often lead to people feeling gaslighted because everyone's like, well, they're saying they know you're sad. And so then people say, oh, but there's nothing in their behavior or how their countenance and how they conduct themselves that show that they actually really feel this with me. The other thing you might get it from a dark empath, it's almost like they identify your emotion and say, like, aren't we done with this? Like, is this feeling done? And so you'll see this, for example, in situations like grief. Grief happens on a very personal schedule. And so let's say somebody, they'll say, wow, that must have been hard. Your family member passed away. Are you okay? That seems really hard. The person's still struggling after 3 months. A person who only has cognitive but not emotional empathy would say something like, we're not done with this yet, this whole sad thing. And so they identified it, but to them it's like, come on, let's just keep things moving.
Another very eye-opening, Dr. Romney, very eye-opening. And if you're watching this and you think there's somebody in your life who could use this information, this is a video to share. That was very well said, Dr. Romney.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was great. That great explanation between dark empath versus narcissist. Now, keep that aware with this guy, because I think that's what he is a dark empath.
Okay.
I don't think he's a narcissist per se, but then again, I think dark empathy is like a subcategory within narcissism. It's just they have the ability to have what she said, that cognitive empathy.
Yeah.
They can see you're having an emotion and imitate said emotion.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't feel it.
No. It's mental assent.
Yeah, they can't feel it, and they can't be like, let me try to take your pain away.
No.
See, that's when you know you have a real person, is when they want to help take your pain away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A spectrum of narcissistic personality disorder, yeah. They just see it and know to abuse it. Yeah, it's a game to them.
Wow.
And I think that's why Drag and the Dragoons chose him.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they're exactly like that in their mentality.
Man, that's nuts.
And they've been doing it to borderlines. And I think it's easier for them to do it to people who have borderline personality disorder, because we have that heightened emotion, so they can see it, they're more aware of our emotional state.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, as borderlines, to protect ourselves as said dark empaths, we have to learn to control how we display our emotions to keep them off guard. Anyway, I gotta take a pee. I'll be right back. You can talk to the audience.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Shanny's so brilliant. That's just a fact. Mm-hmm. Big bottom girls, they make the rockin' girl world go round. Fat bottom girls. Hey, negative creep. I'm a negative creep. Yeah. Yeah, this stuff is good, isn't it? Yeah, the wrestling thing, I hear you. I'll just be talking about old wrestling stuff. Like, I don't pay attention. I want to get into AEW, maybe. I'm feeling pretty good. We got medication and everything. It's very good. Praise Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus is good.
I had to go potty.
You had to go potty.
I did. That feels better. She's a brick house.
Mm-mm.
Oh. Let me catch my breath.
Hey, what's up?
Nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's a nice guy. Yeah.
He knows how to manipulate.
The Polish hammer.
I should be a counselor? I'd love to.
What about Greg the Hammer Steele? He was great.
Yes, I washed my hands.
Yeah. You even use sanitizer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard AEW kicks ass.
I wash my hands and I use hand sanitizer. What? I told you I was in the medical business for years. It's like you can feel the germs on your hands and it's just like, kill them. It just may be because I did really gross things. So, in the medical field, so, whatever. I've cleaned a lot of assholes, okay?
Asshole.
I bathed a lot of people.
You're an angel.
I was an aide.
You're an angel.
No, this stuff doesn't dry my hands out because it has aloe in it.
Aloe, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You want a sponge bath in a hot tub with me? Oh, girls having fun.
Wow. That's nice. I like that. That's cool.
Describe extraordinary traits and qualities to these people. These are, for the most part, very ordinary individuals, except for the extraordinary crime that they get involved in.
So who was the suspected Green River
Couple
killer?
black spots. I love vanilla ice cream.
That's so cute.
Gary Ridgway was born in 1949, the middle of 3 boys.
Breyer's vanilla.
Middle child.
Wow.
Okay.
He lived in a small house, not far from the strip.
His mom was kind of stay at home and then part-time. She worked at a department store. His dad drove a bus for the county.
Gary sometimes would ride with him on the bus.
Did he?
And his dad would say, see her, she's a prostitute, she's the scum of the earth, and would berate prostitutes and talk about how filthy and bad.
That's from dad or mom. So he hated prostitutes.
Mm-hmm.
That hatred comes from somewhere.
Yeah, apparently Negative Creep. He's the title holder.
Yep.
The most prolific serial killer in American history.
Yep.
I didn't know that. I was not aware of that.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd probably fuck with you if you were turned down by a prostitute.
He was a kid. I don't know. That hatred, that's learned.
Yeah, I think
that's
you're
like
right.
racism.
Yeah. You're a Christian boy. You hate prostitutes. Why? Jesus hung out with them.
They were. And then there are a couple of episodes where Gary recalls him leaving him in the vehicle while Dad went and had sex with a prostitute.
That's where it comes from.
That's it. That's it.
He felt neglected because of prostitutes.
There you go.
There's the stem.
Wow.
There's the stem. He was doing this to Mom and leaving me alone. There's the stem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You got it.
Yep. Ugh.
And then he goes through life with this not dealt with mentally. He hasn't dealt with it, and then he acts on it. I'm going to kill prostitutes.
Yep.
That's it.
School friend Terry Rochelle recalls that Gary Ridgway was more inward than his siblings.
his brother was very outgoing and, you know, a bright personality, and Gary was more quiet and withdrawn, I would say is a good word. He was
Abused,
just
I
a
would
little
assume.
pipsqueak guy, just, you know, somebody's little brother, basically. You know, you didn't pay a whole lot of attention to him.
See, you could tell she loved him by how she's speaking so highly of him. You know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You can't hate people sometimes, no matter what they do.
How I felt about Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
All right, later, isolationists. Yeah, exactly, negative.
Just kind of in the shadows, I would say, most of his life.
Childhood trauma.
At school, the struggling Ridgway failed to make an impression. However, at parents' evenings, his mother Mary did.
All the women kind of sat back and looked at her. It was strange because she would wear a big bouffant hairdo and lots of makeup, short skirts, which were not really the style in those days, especially for a mom.
Oh.
She just always seemed like she was trying to be very glamorous and not like our moms at all.
I always remember her wearing kind of the
Really
tight shorts and low cut tops and longer hair. She was very attractive lady.
She was probably attracting her pig husband, trying to. Maybe they both were doing that. Maybe they were swingers. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, he does look like he hated women.
Yeah,
dude.
Definitely.
He was not treated right.
No. Early.
Imagine, I can't believe his dad exposed him to that bullshit.
It's messed up shit. It's very messed up. It's level 10 messed up shit.
No, I get you, Mountain Mama. You could dress however you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you live in the South. You need like, I get it. Stay cool, girl. You probably look hot in that bikini top and cut blue jeans. Woo!
That's fine.
Ridgway admitted wetting the bed throughout his childhood and well into his teens.
Childhood trauma.
Yeah. Women should be allowed to wear what the fuck they want.
Wet in the bed through childhood into his teens is a marker of childhood trauma.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Definitely makes sense.
There's probably a lot to his childhood we don't know.
Probably.
I'm calling that.
Probably. Maybe he opens up about it.
Yeah, maybe.
When he would wet the bed, his mother would put him in get in the bathtub and wash him and wash his genitals.
Oh, Mountain Mama called it. Sounds somebody might have molested him. Mama called it.
Yeah.
You called that. Good one.
Yeah, seconds before her.
Yep.
In one bath, her robe fell open and she was naked underneath, and he felt arousal at that, and at the same time knew that it probably wasn't a good thing to feel.
Oh,
but he felt
no. Norman Bates
talked
territory.
about having some sexual feelings towards her. He described in some detail watching her when she was in a bathing suit and looking at her and thinking that she dressed pretty provocatively.
This overly sexualized person.
So he hated prostitutes, but he got turned on by how they dress like.
Yeah.
And it confused him.
Yeah.
That's
Because it's his mother.
Yeah.
That fucked his head up.
And he hated himself for
and he
it.
wet the bed, and he got aroused by it.
Oh my God.
His mother cleaning him. Because he's older. That'll fuck you up.
You're an asshole. Feel my loins. Your name, Feel My Loins. You sound desperate. Your very name is desperate. I wonder if she said he was peeing in the bed, but maybe he was. Oh no! Oh,
washing her son's genitals, and you realize that most teenage boys are having an awful time with dealing with their own emerging sexuality, has to have had an impact on some way.
Boys need to see their mothers as asexual. It is very, very destabilizing for an adolescent boy to see his mother in a sexual manner.
Yeah.
It's very hard for an adolescent boy to imagine his mother having sex with anybody, including his father. And so when a mother behaves in a sexualized or hyper-sexualized way, it's very unsettling for an adolescent boy.
As Ridgway got older, he started showing signs of destructive behavior, starting fires, and as a teenager, he took his first step towards murder.
He approached a first grader, a 6-year-old boy that he saw playing in a lot near his house. The boy was dressed up playing cowboys and Indians, and he kind of lured him into the bushes and completely unprovoked stabbed the little boy in the stomach and nearly killed him.
I mean, that's a huge red flag.
That's a huge red flag. They should have gotten him therapy right when that happened.
Immediately. They put him in juvie.
He blames women for his dad and his attraction to them. Yeah. Hi, I don't care, Bear.
Yeah, and then he gets aroused by his mother, and that's like another, of course, negative sexual thing. Like he didn't have an experience aside from that.
See, this is why people need therapy at one age.
Badly.
Just like a doctor.
Yeah. It might be more important than physical health.
It might be because if you're not stressed, your physical health is usually good because of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Stress kills.
Yeah, it does.
Am I feeling today?
Gav, you like food?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just achy. Hi, Gavin.
He's a boy. He had food.
Hi, Gavin.
Gavin, did you like gravy food?
Did you like your gravy? He's licking his lips.
Yeah, he is. He loves his food.
Was that good?
You like your food? Oh my God, what was that? Wow.
You're so cute, puppies.
A little hop.
I know, he's so skitterish right now.
He told the boy that he just wanted to know what it felt like to kill somebody. And after he stabbed him, he took the knife and kind of wiped the blade off on the little boy's shoulder. And just walked away. And actually, nobody ever connected him to that serial.
So he had this fascination really young.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a lot of anger.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cute. We are vultures. She doesn't like gravy? Ah. Okay. He loves his gravy.
He loves gravy.
She should have never been helping him bathe after the age of 10, at least at most. Yeah, exactly. I flat out refuse to wash them, like, after 8. It's like, alright, you know how to do this.
That's more like it.
Yeah.
I remember...
Like, they were pretty self-sufficient at, like, 4 or 6 washing themselves.
Well, probably. But the point is, it's like, I even remember. It's like, by that time, you get it.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
You get it.
You don't need your mom washing you as a teenager. That's fucked up.
No, no, you don't. No, you don't do that.
If he's autistic or something, I could see maybe extending it to 10, but puberty in boys happen anywhere from 8 to 12 years old in boys. Yeah, exactly.
And they get it.
Yeah. Sad.
Yeah.
Killers need to have some concrete proof of what they're doing. I mean, you can think about something, but until you've done it, you don't know how it's going to turn out. And so
Well, Daddy was too busy screwing prostitutes to help him about his body.
True. Gavin's a pretty boy.
And poor little Gary Ridgway started getting angry because of this stuff.
Yeah.
And Mom probably wasn't faithful either, I figure.
Who knows?
the serial killer does is experiment. Often they will commit an act like a trial run.
Ridgway eventually finished school 2 years late due to his slow progress. The following year, age 21, he married his steady girlfriend and joined the Navy.
When he returned from his deployment to the Philippines, his wife admitted that she had had an affair with a friend of theirs. That was when
he went to the Philippines, dude. He probably did some messed up stuff.
Probably.
There's some messed up shit in the Philippines.
I know. Yeah, it's probably not good.
Like, I don't have to say anything about Matt Bell in the Philippines, do I?
No.
No.
he first started kind of referring to her as a whore and using other derogatory terms. And that was kind of the beginning of a series of relationships that never quite panned out for him.
During the early 1970s, Ridgway got a job spray painting at the Kenworth truck manufacturers. He then met and married his second wife.
He was very much into having sex, often, repeatedly, throughout the day, as frequently, pretty much as women would agree.
They would go out in the truck and he loved to have sex in public where they could be discovered at any time.
But after having a child...
Alright, so he likes the thrill of being caught, too.
Reckless, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, exhibitionist.
Yeah.
Which can be
that
hard.
probably is where he got his thrill of killing in sex. It was bigger thrill than sex in public.
Well, I mean, for a psycho, I get, yeah.
Yeah. It's that feeling, like, right there, that, like, pull you get when you do something wrong, you know what I mean?
I don't think I do.
It's, I'm trying to explain the physiological response.
Butterflies in your stomach?
Something like that. Like, people get addicted to that feeling.
Okay.
So they start doing impulsive, rash things to get that.
To feed that feeling.
Yes.
That's like the devil or something.
Yeah.
For real.
But
Okay. I mean, that's, yeah, sure, that's a thing.
yeah.
A thrill.
Yeah, exactly. But that type of thrill, he exploits it. You know?
Their relationship deteriorated.
His wife left him when his son was about 5, and that really hurt him, and that was when he started to go frequent prostitutes.
Ridgway claimed he became addicted to prostitutes. He had in fact been quizzed by police about his activities on the strip several times during the 80s, even passing a lie detector test when grilled about the Green River murders.
When your subject is someone without a conscience, who has no regrets and no remorse and no real concern, they can pass them.
He was a magnificent liar. He had an ability just to go and talk, and he would just talk and tell stories. And
Hey, have fun, girl. You ain't doing anything
I
wrong.
assumed they were true.
And when I would go in to visit Gary at the jail, he would tell me that everything's okay. He didn't do it. He didn't hurt those women. He didn't kill him. He didn't. And I would believe him.
As he was questioned in 2001,
God bless you,
Ridgway
girl.
continued to protest his innocence.
Up to this point, Gary had been maintaining that they had the wrong person. That he had had sex with many prostitutes. He hadn't killed any, and that was essentially going to be the defense.
But when forensic evidence surfaced, tying him to 3 more victims, Ridgway's story changed.
Myself and another attorney were.
Oh, you got caught again. Again.
Talking about, but we both had smiles on our faces when he walked in, and he said, "Oh, you won't be smiling when we're done. I've been lying to you all. I've been manipulating everyone for all these years."
Wow, he just comes clean. Like, okay, fine. The jig is up. Spaghetti is mid? Yeah, but sometimes you just want that.
I don't like spaghetti, man. Hey, Gavin. What up, boy?
Okay. Lasagna is better.
Okay,
I agree with that.
that's fine.
Hi, baby. I hear you purring.
Yeah, he's a purry boy. He kisses.
He did give me kisses.
Purry kisses.
I love his purry kisses.
Yeah.
He's a good boy.
He's a good baby.
I killed them all.
Damn.
Only now would investigators discover the true shocking horror of the Green River Killer's crimes. In 2003, 54-year-old truck painter Gary Ridgway admitted he was the Green River Killer that had eluded capture for almost 2 decades. A man responsible for the murder of...
Yep, exactly. It releases dopamine having sex in public. Yeah, exactly. It's the same with killing people. It releases dopamine. And that is what is released when you take drugs.
That's that feel. I know the feeling you're talking about, I think.
Yeah.
It's like a cold rush feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because I know from a certain time in my life.
Yeah.
That's definite. There's no doubt about that. And you could get addicted to that feeling.
Yep.
Without a doubt.
It's like a drug. Because that's what's released when you take drugs.
Wow, that's it.
Yep.
That's interesting.
I know. Psychology is awesome. Think when you snuck a cigarette for the first time, Rev?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. My mom smoked Benson and Hedges.
The first time you snuck alcohol out of your mom's cabinet.
I was too young. I'm too young to remember that. 10, 9.
And you liked it.
Oh, yeah. Old Granddad was up there. There was some Old Granddad and peach or apple schnapps. That's good shit. I really enjoyed it.
Apple schnapps is good.
It's really good.
I know. It's dangerous stuff.
Yeah. It's good.
It's the excitement, and it can be addictive. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, like, they just go all the way. That's the thing with that. It's so bad.
Of more than 4 dozen women. Faced with the death penalty, Ridgway offered to tell the truth about all his crimes in return for his life.
But I will say this, like all drugs, it's never as good as the first time.
Sure.
But yet you want to have that again. That feeling again. It's all about the feels. Hi Melly, how are you? Green apple pucker. I can't do that now.
Families
I'd
wanted
vom.
to know the fate of their loved ones. The prosecution agreed.
I could drink a margarita.
You were typing freaking green apple puckers? Oh my god. Great minds think alike. She looked like, fuck this world. I fucking hate my life.
Yeah. Fuck this shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is my life. Fuck it.
I really wanted some of that candy green apple with caramel lollipops. Oh, I love those.
They're good.
The caramel is so good in those.
Yeah, they're nice.
And then you get that nice tart, sour green apple taste mixed with the sweet, milky caramel.
You got like a 50-pound bag of them the one time.
I did.
They were always in the seats. We had the fucking theater seats, and they were always in the theater seats.
Well, it's the boys' treats when after they clean.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm that mom. I rewarded them for good behavior.
And high chews.
Oh yeah, and high chews.
They're so good, man. I love high chews. They kick ass.
They were the Japanese high chews. So they were Ramune. They were soda flavored. Ramune and what was the other?
Grape.
There was grape.
Ramune. They were delicious. I remember just eating them.
What do you call your stand? Shannyites.
Yeah.
I throw our loose change on the areas that are the driest, and the girls get to keep the change if they pick up the stuff that's on top of it.
That's pretty funny.
I love that. Sorry. I wouldn't mind a lollipop. I'd suck on that fucker.
Yeah, lollipops are yummy.
Lollipop, lollipop, oh my lollipop. I used to be able to do that.
Boom, boom,
boom, boom, boom, boom. Lollipop. There you go. He did it.
Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
I can do some.
That's fucking hot.
Why?
I don't know. Just is. Your mouth is amazing.
We used to do shit like that at school all the time.
Ridgway would now reveal the true horror of his crimes.
Ow. Thank you.
Investigators now learned how the Green River Killer had so easily abducted and killed his victims, even at the height of the public terror.
He came across as being a very meek and mild, safe person. As a matter of fact, in one situation, he had his child in the car with him.
His eyes are black, though.
He looks like a mousy little man. He doesn't look like the kind of person that, if you were a prostitute, that you would be afraid of.
They thought, well, he's a family man. He's safe. And turns out he wasn't.
he preferred to take them to his house. Some said no to that, and they would drive to a remote location, and he had a pickup truck with a canopy on the back, and he would convince them to go into the back of the canopy so they could have more room to have sex. But what he would do is, once he got them in the position, either in his bed at home, where he had pictures of his son on the wall, and they felt a little more secure.
Oh my God, he'd bring the prostitutes to his house.
Yeah. That's where he preferred to do it.
Holy shit. So he did what his father did. He had his kid there when he screwed them. Yeah. Wow.
Nuts.
You see how lasciviousness turns into this shit?
That worse and worse.
It's not good for children seeing their parents do that stuff.
No.
It's damaging. Dopamine. Exactly. It's all about the dopamine for him.
That's insane, though. Like, just that feeling.
The feeling of getting caught by his wife, you know?
Crazy.
It really is. So messed up, especially knowing how the same thing affected him. Yeah. But he took whatever empathy he had and he turned it to dark empathy.
What? Even for his own kid? That's nuts. That's damaged person.
He didn't know any better.
Damaged.
Yeah, he didn't know any better. It was normal to him. His father normalized it for him.
Yeah. Yeah, dark empathy. We actually watched a video about that, Juicer.
Yeah, look that up, dark empathy, Juicer.
It's interesting.
Here, I'll give you the video that I pulled up for it. You go watch that.
History.
I give my sources.
That's it.
You can know the difference between a narcissist and a dark empath. It's a good watch. You'll learn stuff.
Yeah.
But I said Gary Ridgway is a dark empath. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, I don't care, Bear.
Bro.
Or whether they were just hopping in the back of the truck, get naked, begin with oral sex. A missionary at some point convinced them that he would be able to finish sooner if they would agree to the rear entry position.
When I got through having...
At the end of the day, Gary Ridgway was an angry middle child who was mad at mom and dad because dad would screw prostitutes and take away his time with his mom, and mom was a floozy.
Yeah, rear entry.
Who was pretty much molested by his mom.
He's full of shit. He's saying, this can go faster if you give me entry through the rear. But it's like, that's just, he's just doing that to do it because that's definitely not the case.
No, it's because it's more of a thrill.
Yeah, you go longer in that area.
Yep.
Actually, it'll take you longer to get off because it does not feel the same.
But it causes them pain, which he gets off on.
Pain?
Hurting prostitutes, yeah, absolutely. I've been on Twitch for a while. 2, 3 something years, I don't know.
Probably.
Something like that.
Climax with her. I jumped on her
he get his arm around the girl's neck.
How much are you pulling on her neck?
I'm pulling really hard on her neck.
How?
Just like this.
What are you saying to her?
Don't fight, and I'll let you go.
And then choke them with his forearm.
Don't fight, and I'll let you go, and he doesn't let go. Oh, that's torture. I've been good, look, Brian. How you doing? What a dick. Alright, Juicer.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. Or individual, sorry. Yeah, take care.
Yeah, enjoy the gym.
This shit is fucking gross, it is.
Yeah, that's why I have to stop it. I gotta... Oh, awesome! How was Florida?
I'm feeling... I gotta kill her.
Nice.
You'll need to go up to kind of like at the top of the hill on this and pull in.
Ridgway guided the investigators to where he'd dumped dozens of young women.
I just drove in my pickup and camper and parked it.
This must be wonderful for him to relive this stuff.
Yeah. Hi, Sadie.
Hi, Sadie. Yeah, everything's good. He's deaf getting off on it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is nice for him. Hey, it's his last hoorah before he's in prison forever, you know what I mean? One thing I know, I would not go down with a fight. Yeah, you take your dramatic frickin' anger and you let that go, man. I'll use the power of my ancestors, too, if that stuff happens, man. I don't think anyone really wants to take on a pissed off Irish, Italian, Russian native. Okay? Now, all of them are notorious for their tempers. Okay? I got that Irish temper. I got that Italian temper. I definitely have the Russian temper. You know, because I can stay really pissed off but cool at the same time. But scare the fuck out of you at the same time. And then I have that native temper, and that's the strength of fucking gods there. So, like, no, I don't give off victim vibes anymore, man. I've been through too much shit. Like, alright, you want to step up? Let's try. Let's see what you can do. And let's not forget my greatest strength. Jesus. Jesus, he will protect me, trust me. He will. So bring it. I'm all a little white people, Irish, French, German, Dutch. I'm tall at 5'1". My grandmother was 4'9" on my dad's side. Shanny reborn, that's right. I'm Egyptian. You got warrior in you.
That's cool.
You got warrior in you. And Mountain Mama, don't you be saying you got Irish, French, German in you. You got warrior in you. Thank you, Eli.
I'm an Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, Luke, I have.
Fucking wasp.
You got warrior in you too.
Yeah, there's Irish in here. Celt. County Dongle.
I come from little feisty people that will climb a mountain.
Oh.
We are both warriors, yeah.
True Klingons. Miss a war.
I am Klingon. I will die like a Klingon. Eyes wide open. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do I think of Jews? They're awesome.
I love Jews.
I love Jews.
Mm-hmm.
They're my people. I'm grafted onto their tree.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Brought her body over and put it a little bit over the hill.
His method of recollection was where he had left their bodies.
Between this one and that one up there, you think you put like five?
I don't know, Sadie.
Okay.
He
I don't know
essentially sent
anything
the
about
victims to
that,
doing
actually.
anything. I have no idea who they are. I don't know if they're black, if they're white, if
Oh.
Exactly. We're all brothers and sisters. Exactly.
how old they are, how young they are. I mean, they really meant nothing to me as an individual.
What you're getting is what you're gonna get, and it's all you can get because I don't remember.
To every serial killer, human beings are objects. In the homicides that they commit, they're never going to remember the name. They're never going to remember the face. They'll remember the concrete action of where those bodies are.
Yep.
One of the dump sites that Ridgway identified was that of Marie Malvar, the 18-year-old whose boyfriend had spotted Ridgway abducting her.
Oh my God.
That's messed up.
He admitted
But good
that
thing
when
they
he
finally
strangled
found her. They can
she had
finally
fought
rest.
back harder than any of his
Get
victims.
closure.
I put battery acid myself right here and there and cover up scratches. There's a scratch here, scratches here from Melvar.
Ridgway claimed he was filled with rage and had wanted to hurt his victims even after their deaths. He admitted
He suffered a lot of trauma.
Mm-mm.
She's had no real closure for her. That's true, but her family can have closure. They can rest her body and know what happened to her. You know, they know now.
he tried to set the lifeless 16-year-old Linda Rule's hair on fire.
Oh my God.
You know, he seemed throughout the interviews to try to blame a lot of what had happened on the women in his life. That the women that he actually killed were kind of an extension of all the women before who had disappointed him in some way.
All the pressure just build and build and build and build. My releasing point was killing women.
He did talk about a number of the victims that he would go back and have.
He didn't know how to cope. He didn't know how to cope, and it built to that. Man.
But people can have issues, and they don't do these things.
If he had preventative therapy, if that existed, this wouldn't have happened. Because he would have known how to cope with that building and building and building and building of anger, because he would have someone to talk to him about it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Without fear of shame or isolation or any of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a therapist is so good. Everyone should have one.
Yeah.
It's true.
I agree.
Hi, Monkey Toast. How are you?
I agree.
Just being as normal as the doctor.
Have sexual relations with them for a number of days after he killed them.
Gary, did you revisit any
He
of these?
fucked the corpses.
I revisited at least one of them.
And when we say revisit, what did you come back to do?
You're going low now.
Have sex with her.
He's like, oh yeah, you know, but then that flies.
Ooh. You got real sicko here. That's You put the bar up after that comes out. Like you've put the bar up of creepiness that you're fucking the corpse.
He is the worst serial killer.
Yeah, I mean...
Wow. Bro. That is some Norman Bates shit. Well. All right. I don't see the appeal.
What do you mean?
He just wanted to get more and more deeper and deeper in his degeneracy.
This still isn't as fucked up as this guy is. It still is not disturbing me as much as that swamp torture killer guy.
I agree with that, Mountain Mama. Maybe he could have been guided to become a butcher and something raising animals and killing them for me. Might have been healthier for him and others. I agree. I agree. They should give people like him jobs like that.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, here, you could do the fucked up job.
Whoa.
Oh, you never know, Mountain Mama. You never know with these weirdos.
Would come and the maggots.
Kuru.
And I'd be like, oh, I don't, you know, he didn't want to do it after the, you know, you were just, I mean, that's the thing.
Here. Now that you're on that, the human flesh, I'll show you something.
Hey,
before
Gav.
we continue.
You're cute.
This is the disease that happens if you eat human flesh.
Cool.
Thank you,
Australian
Chodosaurus.
scientist Professor Michael Alpers has dedicated over 50 years researching Kuru, an incurable brain disease unique to Papua New Guinea.
Kuru was a new disease that was killing lots of people and was a complete mystery.
But this obscure disease, found deep within these jungles, holds the key to unlocking vital information for understanding two of the world's most frightening diseases, mad cow disease and its human form, variant CJD.
Quite clearly now, the outbreak of variant CJD is very closely entwined with Kuru. And although now we're looking at the tip of the first iceberg in Europe, what we're learning from out here is there's much more to come.
It's a medical detective story that unearths cannibalism. And a world of sorcery. And one that is far from over.
And who could believe that 50 or more years after Kuru investigation started, we'd still be looking for cases?
So it's kind of like a mythological disease.
No, not so much. It's pretty much the human equivalency to mad cow disease.
Yeah, but it's got a different name.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It has a different
yeah,
actual name.
Mad cow is what happens when you feed cows their own brains in pellet form. Yep.
It's the same thing for humans.
Yep. Humans should not eat. We should not be cannibals. It's bad for us.
There you go.
Yep. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
he said it in this, like I'm talking to you, but as if it's totally normal.
Now, why
Wow.
do individuals do this? The standard explanation for necrophilia had been sex with someone dead. You can have total control over it. There's no resistance at all. And so you can live out those sorts of feelings with a dead, lifeless body.
He's not the one that.
The smell. The disease.
It's insane. It's so.
The bacteria.
This is like you're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. It's real bad.
Had a family member that had a friend who caught mad cow about 1,213 years ago. Was a horrible story to hear about. Example, he trying to make peanut butter and jelly and spread peanut butter and jelly on his body, and then stick the load PC of bread together and not know how to eat. Whoa. The maggots. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's the point where he's like, I don't really want to do it. Flies and maggots.
Hello. Well, how are you?
And then you have Cannibal Corpse music. Oh my God. Not gonna go
In
there.
a way, I'm glad next hearing is in June. YouTube was getting to be a clown show with the tragedy pimps. Yeah, I don't understand why they do what they do. They really need to, like, find another hobby.
Yeah.
You're constipated from your SSRIs? I'm sorry, Chodosaurus.
Yeah, it sucks.
I've been better too. Just living life. I agree. You'd think the smell alone and coldness of the body would keep him from wanting to do it. He loved that thrill feeling, man. He's so addicted to that.
Fucking a dead body, though. It's like...
Ugh. Could you get an STD that way?
I would imagine. I mean, there's processes that go on in a dead body.
Ugh.
But this is nothing new in history, of course. I mean, they're sick. It's just a sick mind, man. That's a sick mind.
Mm-hmm.
You're fucked in the head, man. Okay?
You're going to turn to and ask, why did you do this, and get the deep psychological answer. But one of the things that frequently came up was that he wouldn't have to pay for the sex.
If you're going to kill
Ridgway's
him,
murderous.
why would you... You're just going to kill him anyway. You're getting your money back. Yeah, that's true. True, Coctopus.
That's true.
Yeah.
I wasn't ignoring you, chaotic. You see how many messages I get? I'm not scrolling back to read everyone's messages. So realize that I'm not God and I don't see everything.
Spree had continued unabated until he met his third wife, Judith, in the mid-80s.
Gary was so straight, normal, and loving and gentle.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was so kind around me all the time. He didn't get mad or upset about anything. It seemed like the perfect marriage.
When he first met her, he stopped patronizing prostitutes and stopped killing. And then, as he put it, he fell off the wagon.
Gary would call home and say that, he's going to be late coming home, so he's going to grab.
Oh, that poor woman.
Horrible.
I would say, as of now, Shanny is just acknowledging the fact that she has genetic cancer cells, and we pray they have not been awoken by illness or stress. Correct me if I'm wrong or ignore me. Sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. No, that's absolutely it. So, fuck. I'm sorry, I'm sick. I know.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, baby girls. Never trust anybody that never gets upset.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Ugh, just piss off with your fucking. Just look at everything. My God, can a woman be sick? Holy fuck.
Grab a bite to eat, grab a hamburger, and, he'll be late. When I think back now, that was probably one time when he was out picking up someone off of the Highway 99 strip.
And then he killed again.
Oh, I get that, Melly. You know, Shanny, when people say we never argue as a couple, for example, yeah, something's going on in that relationship. Me and Chris never argued. And what did he do?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was completely fooled. All right, Candles asked a question. I think it's a good one. It says, this man is evil, but if he simply repents, will the heavenly doors open for him?
Well, the answer for that is the thief on the cross. The Lord knows if you mean it, if you truly mean that you've turned from this and your soul is clean, then Jesus will forgive you. Yeah.
There you go. Mountain Mama added, only God would be able to know if man truly repented for things he'd done.
That's right.
It's more than just saying aloud that you're sorry. It's having your soul feel sorry for the actions. Exactly.
Yep. Definitely.
Thank you, Coctopus. No, I have not. Get off my channel spreading stupid lies like that. Jesus Christ, you're dumb. Ugh. They like to make shit up.
No, that's my pet peeve.
But the people who actually watch me long enough know I've never done that. Like, holy shit. They act like it's a crime to be sick. They're bored. Oh, praise Jesus, Mountain Mama. He has absolutely no empathy or compassion for his victims. They were just objects for him to take out his anger that he stored up. Like, no wonder he had a perfect relationship with his wife. He wasn't taking his temper out on her.
No, the prostitutes saw that.
Yep. You're right. He should check his breasts out for breast cancer. Men get breast cancer too. Yeah, they have. Like, it's so stupid. They're trying to accuse me of scamming, but at the same time, these same trolls are like, "Hey, I'll give you money for your treatment," and it's like, I'm not taking money for that.
Right.
So they're trying to set me up while saying that I'm doing something. They've been doing this stupid shit for years. It's dumb as fuck. Scamming for what?
Right in here's where I killed her. Right here.
How far in?
20 feet.
He would tell me he'd call home and say he's going to stop at the junkyard on the way home from work. And then when he got home, he didn't really have any parts from the... So that may have been another occasion.
And so, after having killed maybe 60 girls from 82 to 85, from 85 to when he was caught in 2001, the number of victims was more like 10 or 11.
Mr. Ridgway, how do you plead to the charge of aggravated murder in the first
I'm
degree
okay, Petty
as
Patty.
charged in count 1?
Guilty.
In 2003, Gary Ridgway made his plea to the 48 charges of murder that investigators could conclusively tie him to.
How do you plead to the charge of aggravated murder in the first degree as charged in count 5?
Guilty.
When he confessed, and when I sat and listened to him say guilty,
Mr. Ridgway, how do you plead to the charge of aggravated murder in the first degree for the death of Marcia Chapman?
Guilty.
after every one of the names that they had said.
For the death of Mary.
It's game over for him. So he's gonna do what he needs to do. Woo!
Mary B. Meehan.
Guilty.
I just sat there and cried, and that's when
Based
it
upon my observation.
finally sunk in that this is real. He did it. There's someone else inside of him when he went through the door and left to go to work. He wasn't the man that I knew.
Count 19 for the death of Linda.
That poor woman.
Horrible.
Yeah, you ended up hurting the woman you apparently love, dude. Yes. Kitty cats.
We love key cats.
Ugh. It's okay, Melly. Some people are just obnoxious just to be obnoxious.
The rule.
Guilty.
I would think back and think about all those years that I was with him. Were they real? Or was he just using me?
How do you plead to the charge of aggravated murder in the first degree as charged in count 48?
Guilty.
I lived with him all those years.
Yeah.
He could have killed me.
Yeah.
He could have killed my daughters. He could have killed my grandbabies.
So what made
She
the
hates
monster?
him.
Yeah.
Was it his unusual upbringing?
Wow.
Or was Gary Ridgway born to kill?
I don't think so.
I still don't believe that any child is born to kill.
No,
I agree,
I think
yeah.
children have a predisposition to violence. If the child grows up in a safe place for them, where they feel loved, where they attach, we're never going to know that that predisposition for violence is there.
Exactly.
If that child is born into a home where they're afraid, where they're neglected, where they're abused, then you have the perfect soil to grow a serial killer.
Yup.
I think that a boy and his mother have
See, Ann Rule would agree with me that mental health at a young age could prevent this shit from happening.
Yeah.
She agrees with me.
Yeah.
Serial killers aren't born, they're made.
Yeah.
Period. They're made.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Sad.
a certain relationship, and when that relationship is different, then I think that's when we start seeing those kind of switches turning on and off.
This is one of my ominous signs. She was somewhat seductive and so on. These sorts of unhealthy relationships with a maternal figure.
People that I've encountered that I've prosecuted for murder, I think that their circumstances have driven them to do what they have done in the majority of cases that I have handled, I would say. I did not see that in Ridgway. I truly believed that he was born that way, hardwired that way, whatever you want to say.
The Green River Killer was definitely born to kill.
Yes, it is, look.
He was an individual who has this changed gene and culminated in a tremendous number and intensity of homicides.
His brain is definitely wired differently. He's a psychopath. That has to be.
They need to watch his children closely.
Mm-hmm. That's true, actually.
Like, they really need to watch his children closely because of that disposition to violence.
True.
Fuck red ants, coctopus. They're the devil. I fucking hate those things. Anyway.
They're the devil. The devil.
Yeah, I don't fuck with mosquitoes either, man. Nah, fuck them assholes.
Oh my god.
A brain miswired.
What?
Could we watch something? Could we watch one of these about John Wayne Gacy next?
Yeah.
Yes. I've always wanted to learn about him
from the beginning.
I don't know about the nature piece. I think at some point it's a decision, and I think we all have some propensities for violence, but you can decide, you can control it, and he decided how he wanted to control it.
19 years after Marsha Chapman's body was discovered beneath the surface of the Green River, Gary Ridgway was sentenced to serve 48 consecutive life terms, without the possibility of parole.
In the end, Marcia got her justice because it was DNA found on her that they could match with Gary Ridgway. And Marcia got her day.
That was a good day. It was a good day.
Before Ridgway was led away, Judge Richard Jones instructed him...
Oh, you're gonna adopt a baby girl next month? Congratulations.
Wow.
I hope you're excited about that.
That's a huge deal, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
That's awesome. Oh.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. There should be more people like you out there.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
To face the victims' families.
She's
the
a little
tremendous
Chinese
amount of
baby.
emotion that these family members wanted to pour out for Gary Ridgway to hear.
I can only hope
someone gets the opportunity to choke you unconscious.
Oh.
So you can live through the horror that you put our daughters, our sisters, our mothers through.
The pain would not go away, but it brought them closure.
Yep.
The one thing that I want you, Gary Ridgway, to know, I was that daughter at home, waiting for my mom to come home.
I think for all of us, as we brought the families up and introduced them, it was really emotional.
I recall Linda Rule's father.
There are people here that hate you. I'm not one of them.
Was very sympathetic, very compassionate individual.
What God says to do, and that's to forgive all. So you are forgiven, sir.
Wow.
It touched his
wow,
heart.
That really got,
On
that
one
was
hand,
real,
I'm
man.
sitting next to a person who's done the most inhumane
That
things
was
to
real.
other human beings, and then
That's
15
what
feet
Jesus
away
does to
is a
someone.
person doing the most.
That was a beautiful act of mercy on his part, man, and it touched Gary Ridgway
It even
way
touched
more,
him.
way more than any hate did.
Yeah. Wow. That was very powerful. What does God say to do? He says to forgive, so I forgive you. And he cried. A heartless motherfucker that just viciously killed women.
God can break even that heart.
Even that heart.
Yeah.
That's amazing clip, actually.
It's beautiful.
That's God. That's
right.
God. Right.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Because you see God pricked him there.
That got to him.
Mm-hmm.
He may be changed right there. And it was done in the name of God.
It's beautiful.
That is beautiful. That's a strong man, too.
Amen.
That's a strong man.
He's a strong man. A good man.
He looks it looks like he's got the knowledge of God.
Amen.
With the white beard and hair.
Right?
Yeah. Herschel.
Most humane and merciful thing.
I wanted him to look out, see the pain, see the anger, and see all the agony that he'd caused in his lifetime. I wanted him to take that visual image with him back to prison. So for the balance of his life, that would be the last public image that he had.
You took from me my firstborn child. May her soul and the soul of the other 47 victims rest in peace.
48 women. 48 women. Whoa.
That was a good doc.
That was very well done.
Yeah, that made me cry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh. But you saw God pricked his heart there, man.
That's a very amazing piece of video.
Yeah. Good evidence right there of God pricking someone's soul like that, man.
Yeah.
Through love and mercy, man.
Mm-hmm. God says to forgive, so I forgive you.
That is so strange. I think it was him. Yeah, right? He can break that heart even.
Yeah, it's a monster.
There is something divine when a person forgives another, right?
Yeah.
People were booing you. Nah, man, I'm sorry. It was him. They showed it on Dateline last night. No! It was God that pricked his heart, Alexandra? Dude.
He testified.
Yeah.
He said it. Wow. Gary Ridgway has been on the news recently?
I guess so.
Holy crap, that's crazy. We should look that up.
I didn't know that. I don't have TV.
No. It was on what? Dateline? What show was it?
Oh, you're talking about Brian Kohlberger. Oh, never mind.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Well, still, it doesn't take away seeing that.
That
prick.
was real.
That was a real emotion because of how red his face got.
Yeah.
Almost like he got embarrassed. He broke like that.
And he turned and he put his hand
Yep.
down. That was real.
Oh my god, just go away with your fucking stupid propaganda. Nobody cares. Just chill out.
John Wayne Gacy.
Alright.
Pogo the Clown. This is some wild shit.
Just looking at the views real quick.
Okay.
Well, I think... Yeah, this one.
Man, a death row interview. That'd be interesting.
Right?
That'd be real interesting.
On the 21st of December 1978, police in Chicago were desperately trying to locate
Celeste
a
is
missing
like,
teenager.
ooh, John Wayne
Begun
Gacy.
searching the home of a local maintenance contractor.
When they executed that search warrant, they went in the crawl space, and the very first shovel that they dug, they found human remains.
The man they had in custody, 36-year-old John Wayne Gacy, was a popular socialite who spent his weekends dressed as a clown, entertaining children.
At one point, chillingly, he says to the detectives, you know, clowns can get away with murder. Well, never was a truer word said.
In total, Gacy, the killer clown, had tortured and killed 33 young men over a 5-year period. 27 of the bodies were buried right beneath his own home.
Using other human beings? You know,
I hate clowns too. And porcelain dolls.
Clowns.
Yeah. Creepy.
They can be. They certainly can be.
Yeah. We should look up the history of clowns.
Holy shit.
How did it start?
That'd fuck with you, probably.
inflicting pain and suffering and torture on another helpless human being, to me, is the essence of evil.
The remorseless John Wayne Gacy had proved himself to be one of the world's most evil killers.
Pogo.
Over the course of 6 years, John Wayne Gacy kidnapped, tortured, and brutally murdered 33 young men and boys in and around Chicago, Illinois. It was one of the most shocking sets of crimes.
See, I hate Chicago. I hate Chicago, man.
I know.
Bad shit always happens in Chicago.
I wouldn't mind Chicago deep dish right now, though.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll eat their freaking food. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong. Their food's good.
Yeah.
But I hate Chicago. Just moved out of Chicago. Thank God, Luke Bryan. Thank God.
You'll probably have a better life.
Ugh. Always, every time I ever go to Chicago, it's always like a horrible fucking experience.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Too many shootings. Wow.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Enjoy yourself. I don't care, Bear. Enjoy your babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Chicago food. Don't get me wrong.
Chicago dog. right? With the banana peppers and shit.
They got good cheesecake too in Chicago.
Oh.
And then you go just right above it to Milwaukee and you get them Kringles.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Kringles, man.
Yeah.
I know there's some people who knows what Kringles are.
Oh man.
Chi-town food is great. Everything else, not so much. Exactly.
Would you want some mainline cheesesteaks?
I don't know, honey. We will talk about this soon, okay?
Cool.
Okay. Craven chocolate covered potato chips.
All right.
I've never had those. Are they good?
I wanted to try the Reese's cup with the potato chip in it, honestly.
Oh, I love Cheesecake Factory.
Oh.
Don't get me started on that.
Foods.
Damn it.
In American history, the bodies of 27 of Gacy's victims were buried directly below the house he lived in. But this killer's story starts almost 40 years before.
See, he's a dumbass. He kept the bodies at his residence.
He looks like Mario Brothers Mario.
He probably was doing fucked up shit to those bodies too.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he looks like a nice guy, so you wouldn't expect that shit from him, but how does he act?
Guys that look like him are usually nice guys like
My dad owned a cheesecake factory. I'll set you up. Woo!
Oh my god. Oh.
It's just my freezer full of Cheesecake Factory.
Oh. That's where it's at. Their Alfredo. Oh, God, it's so good.
Their nachos.
Everything.
Their
bread.
bruschetta.
Their bread.
Their bread.
The
Oh.
pumpernickel with the sweet cream butter, man.
Oh.
Hey, watermelon.
Watermelon baby goes.
She's cute. What's your
Yes,
deal?
a watermelon baby goes. What you doing, goes?
What's your deal?
It's like, I want to lay on you, Daddy.
All right.
You're my new sit spot.
All right. She's a ghost.
Thank you, Luke. Revs and watermelon seat. Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, true.
She does sleep there at night.
Sometimes, yeah. Definitely.
John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago, Illinois on the 17th of March 1942. The second of three children, Gacy had a difficult upbringing. His father...
March 17th. You Irish people better know what March 17th is.
St. Patty's Day?
He was born on St. Patty's Day, dude.
That's interesting.
Well, that's interesting. His dad was a drunk, ironically.
Yeah.
He probably loved that shit.
Yeah.
You damn well know Chicago loves St. Patty's Day.
Mm-hmm.
He came the 16th. My brother was born on the 14th of March, and my sister was born on the 19th of March.
Huh.
And then my other brother was born on August 10th, while I was born on August 27th. It's like my mom was most fertile at certain times of the year.
Yeah, it looks that way.
All right, Luke Bryan, you have a good one. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, bless your heart. I'll change the subject.
Was an alcoholic who was reportedly both mentally and physically abusive to his children and their mother.
His father spent apparently all of Gacy's childhood demeaning him and physically punishing him.
Oh, that is so cute, Nezuko. Little cat ears in a bow.
That's cute.
And telling him how stupid and worthless and effeminate he was.
Okay.
Gacy's childhood friend, Barry Shelley, remembers the physical abuse he suffered at the hands of his father.
He was gay bashed, he hated men, and he took his hatred out on men.
There you go.
There's the stem. All right. Oh, bless your heart. It's okay, Alexandra. You have a gorgeous, gorgeous personality. I don't know how you look, so I can't judge you on that. But you have a gorgeous personality. You're welcome. Fat babies are cute.
If Johnny was 2 minutes late, no food. So a lot of times Johnny ate at our house and stayed at our house overnight. He used to take Johnny when he was sitting at the kitchen table, and he would take his fist and hit Johnny in the face.
The father is a very significant figure in the genesis of Gacy's terrible deeds. For, to my mind, Gacy was always trying to satisfy his father, whom he never could. He was beaten repeatedly by his father, with belts, with brooms. At one stage he was knocked out by him.
These people grow up with such a malignant view of the world and of human
You
relationships.
were a big baby. Oh, bless. So cute.
And feeling that human relationships are not based on love and trust and respect. You know, that they're all based on exploitation and cruelty and inflicting pain.
Gacy was a sickly child. He suffered from a heart condition, limiting his involvement in sports activities and consequently alienating him from his peers. Aged 11, an accident in a playground led to his teenage years being blighted by blackouts and hospital visits.
At that time, the swings were wooden base swings with heavy chains coming down. Johnny went to grab it, and the swing clipped him right across the forehead and knocked him to the ground.
By 1966, 24-year-old Gacy was married and had relocated to the city of Water.
So he had a form of brain damage. With a propensity of violence because of his father. Oh. This could have been prevented too.
Of course. Definitely. Messed up.
Waterloo, 300 miles west of Chicago, in the neighboring state of Iowa.
Well, Gacy got married and life from the outside appeared to be relatively normal. He had quite a good job. His wife had 2 children. So they appeared to be the typical cereal box American nuclear family. And Gacy wasn't just a regular family man. He was also quite active in the local Chamber of Commerce, and he played quite an active role. And he was a real figure in the local community.
Oh, wow.
Gacy had started to build the perfect life for himself, but he was concealing a dark secret. He developed an unhealthy sexual interest in young boys.
There was a son of a fellow JC member who he lured back to his home and he sexually assaulted.
No.
So he's abusing power. He's getting into these positions of trust and he's taking advantage, and that's a theme that's going to continue for him.
And then when the kid revealed this to his father, and Gacy was arrested for it, Gacy hired another teenager to intimidate this kid, to lure this kid into some remote place and spray mace in his eyes and beat him up and warn him against testifying in Gacy's case.
Despite Gacy's efforts...
Oh my God.
That's a mess.
But this is how he thinks human relations are like because of his father.
Kind of.
Like, if you don't give me what you want, you're going to get beat up.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I figure it's young boys he was attracted to because it was a way how he could feel some kind of form of power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sounds right to me.
Because he's afraid of men, so he wouldn't take it out on men, but he can take it out on boys. Always picking the vulnerable, another fucking coward.
Mm-hmm. They're cowards.
Yeah.
Don't want to do it.
You can't get Kevin to leave yet? My God. He is a pig.
His victim still testified, but there wasn't conclusive proof of an attack. Therefore, police were only able to charge him with sodomy of the 15-year-old boy.
Oh,
he pleaded guilty to one count of sodomy, thinking he would get a very, very minimal sentence. But the judge threw the book at him, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison.
On the 3rd of December 1968, Gacy was sent to Anamosa State Penitentiary. Whilst in jail, Gacy's wife divorced him. A further blow was dealt when his father died, and he was denied permission to attend the funeral.
Given the perfect nature of Gacy's ability to groom whomever he came into contact with, within a matter of months, Gacy had become head cook at the prison, had convinced the staff that he was an absolutely
Love you.
ideal
You're an
person.
amazing girl.
What's more,
You
then
make me happy.
convinced
You make
the
me
parole
happy.
board
Watermelon.
that he was no
What?
danger to anybody,
Huh?
and so served barely 18 months of the 10 years of his original sentence.
In June 1970, now aged 28, John Wayne Gacy was released from prison and returned home to Chicago. His friends, family and neighbours were entirely unaware of what had taken place while he'd been living over 300 miles away in Iowa.
His background was not looked into in any way, I think partly because he didn't go into any line of work in which any kind of background check would have been necessary. You know, he began his own business. I mean, none of his acquaintance was even remotely aware of his criminal background.
In June 1972, Gacy got married for a second time, and he and his new bride set up home in the Chicago suburbs at 8213 West Somerdale Avenue. A house that would eventually become one of the most infamous addresses in America.
Really?
Hmm.
Oh, yeah.
6 years later, in December 1978, 10 miles from Gacy's house, 15-year-old Des Plaines resident Rob Peast was...
The chat seems dead. They're not dead.
People are listening.
They're listening.
This is interesting to me, man.
Yeah, they're just getting sucked into this stuff like we are.
I get very quiet, if you notice.
Yeah.
I'm into it. I've always wanted to know about John Wayne Gacy, and now I'm learning about him.
Scorpion said I'm dead inside, if that counts.
All right. Abby.
That was a little over dramatic, don't you think, Scorpion? Yeah, I agree with that, Monkey Toes. I'm sure eating a lot and feeling a lot to be dead, but okay, whatever. Dead where? Pretty lively if I say so. Bless your heart, Scorpion.
Was reported missing by his mother. Detectives Mike Albrecht and Dave Hackmeister began to investigate the teen's disappearance.
Rob Peast was like a stellar kid. I mean, he was the kind of kid that anyone would want as a son. Never been in trouble, never had any inclination to run away. He was a good student, very, very much out of character. He would turn up missing. So, that caught our attention, obviously.
At that time, in the late 70s, there was a lot of stuff going on with the hippie movement and all that kind of stuff. But he made a determination very quickly that this was not a normal, quote-unquote, runaway. Didn't have any girlfriend problems, was not involved in drugs or anything like that. Was just an all-American good kid.
At the time of his disappearance, Peace was working at a pharmacy in Des Plaines.
So he had told an employee and actually his mother that he was going to go talk to a contractor about a job.
See, I'm glad I always warned my boys about people like that. I'm so glad. Oh my God, I'm so glad I taught them about people like that.
You have to.
You remember when all those kids started disappearing in the 90s?
Yeah.
That's when kids stopped going outside and playing.
Scary.
Mm-hmm. I have girls, and I know throughout my life, girls have always been warned about stuff like this, but boys have not been as much. Yeah, I have warned my boys about it, though.
Yeah.
I always did.
Good.
Stranger danger. Stranger danger.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Teach your kids that. Boys, too. Ugh, I hate this world.
Gotta be careful.
And he then went out the back door, and he wasn't seen any time thereafter.
Rob Peace seemed to have just vanished off the face of the earth. The two detectives desperately needed
I'm
to
sorry
track
about
down
that,
the
Monkey
contractor,
Toes.
who was probably the last person to see him. Their search would lead them to the door of a 36-year-old man by the name of John Wayne Gacy. He divorced his second wife 2 years previously and was now running a successful business called PDM Contractors. Gacy would often employ young men, one of whom was Tony Antonucci.
At the time when I met him, I was about 16.
Yeah, he needed his eye candy. Ugh. Mm-hmm. Right, Monkey Toes? It's too many.
Years old, and of course, like a lot of 16-year-olds, I wanted to get a job so I could afford to have my car. My first impressions were that he was basically a likable guy, kind of jovial, liked to joke around, appeared very normal.
Gacy seemed in many ways like the perfect boss.
Sometimes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, John would say, "Hey, it's a nice day out. Let's knock off early and have some fun or do something," and all normal stuff. Just kind of you didn't expect, your boss to be the one that wanted to knock off early.
Another young man who'd come looking for a job was 15-year-old Rob Peast, but he hadn't been seen since meeting with Gacy at the pharmacy where he worked. Detectives Dave Hackmeister and Mike Albrecht were investigating.
We ran a records check on him, and as it turns out, he had a fairly lengthy background. He had spent some time in Iowa for sodomy, and so it was sexual crimes, basically, against children.
Concerned by Gacy's criminal record.
And you keep letting him go to re-offend?
Insane.
This is what's wrong with the justice system.
I know.
That's why 3 times and you're out is a good rule.
I think it is, yeah.
Like, jail is fucking scary. Why would you want to do anything to go back in there?
No thanks.
No thanks.
Rough.
Oh, God. Nah, there's like... There's nothing redeemable to this man's character. He was ruined from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
You must like the salad bar at prison, if you know what I mean.
The police obtained a warrant to search his home.
The warrant consisted of 3 facts. The first fact is that John Wayne Gacy, in fact, was at the pharmacy the night Rob Peace went missing. And fact 2, that Rob Peace had told people that he was going to see a contractor regarding a job. And fact 3, his criminal background. So on those 3 facts, they were able to obtain a search warrant.
On the 13th of December 1978, police conducted their first search of Gacy.
When you're in prison, don't pick the soap up. Pick the soap up. Pick the soap up. When you're in prison, don't pick the soap up. I'll never forget when he was asked about Ted Bundy and said, I hate being lumped with that club or something to that effect. Holy shite. I'm reading a book about anti-gravity. It's hard to put down. Bruh.
That's cool.
My husband said he would use his sock to hold the soap. That's smart.
His home, finding a number of suspicious items.
They recovered various items of pornography. They recovered some books that were titled Pretty Boys Must Die. They also recovered driver's licenses of other young people. When they did a check on those driver's licenses, it was determined that those kids were also reported missing.
Initially, we're hoping to find Rob Peace alive someplace. And it didn't take long to realize that probably was not going to happen.
Another item recovered was a high school ring, which had belonged to missing 19-year-old John Schick, last seen in January 1977. Further investigation discovered that 2 of Gacy's employees had been reported missing. 17-year-old John Butkovich, last seen in July 1975.
Man, they connected it so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was kicked out of a secret cooking society. I spilled the beans.
There you go.
Those are cool jokes.
And Gregory Godzik, also 17 years old, missing since December 1976.
It was an evolution as we went along. I think it was after that search warrant, we're pretty confident that there's at least 5 or 6 victims that were associated with Gacy that hadn't been seen.
But with no evidence or bodies, the police could not make an arrest. They decided to begin surveillance on Gacy.
We just said, wherever you go, we're going. If Gacy went into a public place, we were going to follow him in and see what he was up to.
Throughout this overt surveillance, we became fairly friendly with John Wayne Gacy. He knew we were following him. He tried to be cordial with us. In fact, he initiated conversations with us.
Really?
He'd play games with the police. He'd go up to their car and say, "Hi, do you guys want some marijuana?" Or do something stupid like that.
He goes into Moose Lodge, and Mike and I, my partner and I, said, we're going to go in right along with Gacy, but we'll sit at a different table. All of a sudden, the waitress comes over with a couple of beers
And he buys you 2 beers.
It's on that gentleman over there. We look over at John, and John gives us the high sign, and we wave back.
Very confident, cocky. Kept on bragging about all property and how much of a businessman he was and how well connected he was.
John Wayne Gacy had a psychopathic personality, so he really does seek out power and he seeks out control, and he likes playing with people. He's a bit of a puppet master, and I think that was driving his behaviour.
Everyone that we talked to just loved John Wayne Gacy. His neighbors, his co-workers, all of his associates, they loved the guy. And we could see that. I mean, the way
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
he was interacting with us was basically the same. And my partner and I would have to, on many occasions, remind one another, hey, listen, you know, this guy is dangerous.
Gacy was considered an upstanding key member of his small community. He was popular and involved in politics. At
Democratic
weekends, He would
Party.
even dress as a clown and perform for children at parties and at local hospitals.
The fact that
Of course he'd perform for children. He was looking for fresh meat. They always stay around children or get jobs that are around children.
That's the truth.
They always do that. And I have let my boys know that too.
Gacy have this other persona as Pogo the Clown. Professional clowns usually, will paint their smiles, with sort of gentle, circular things around their lips. Gacy's smile looks like bat wings.
Yeah, they
There's
do.
something horrifically sinister and monstrous about this figure of Pogo. Just an element that raises Gacy to...
What the flip? Nah, I can't do it anymore.
That motherfucker looks like he's about to go to an ICP concert.
Or something. That face he's got on too.
He looks like Insane Clown Posse. I was just thinking that ICP.
Something similar, yeah. That's just true.
Morning, Sandra.
to the level of a kind of mythic American monster.
At one point, chillingly, he says to the detectives, clowns can get away with murder. Well, never was a truer word said. But it took some time for those detectives to fully comprehend that here was a man who was capable of murder.
An emo ICP, yeah.
As Mike and Dave continued with their surveillance, detectives back at the station were trying to get another warrant to search Gacy's house. They'd received some disturbing new evidence while questioning his colleagues.
They're young kids, 17, 18, 19 years old. And at times, Gacy had ordered these young kids to go down into his crawl space of his home and dig trenches. And he had told them that there was a sewage issue and that he needed the trenches dug so he could alleviate that situation. But they said that it happened several times and that there was an odor down there that was just unbelievable. So now we're starting to believe, hey, is it possible? I know it's
Man, his house stunk like dead bodies.
Gross.
How can you breathe? Oh. Maybe he got used to the smell? I don't know.
Sounds crazy, but is it possible he could have buried someone in the crawl space?
He gets other people unwittingly involved in his offending, and they don't know anything of what's going on. And I think that's what gets him gratification, the fact that he has such power over other people, that they're not joining the dots together, and that he's able to hide in plain sight.
Mike and Dave continued to follow the popular contractor, but they had a plan to force Gacy's hand. We were on the surveillance for about 7 days, and as the surveillance progressed, what we found out was that he had this huge core support of friends and family and co-workers and the such, and that is really what was the barrier between us and Gacy.
I wanted to look for that.
So we developed a plan for the investigators to put some pressure on all of these people that were supporting him, and slowly they started peeling back from Gacy, and we were feeding Gacy information that there's possibly looking to execute a second search warrant. He became more and more desperate, and the last day, it was about midnight or 1 a.m, he contacted his attorneys and met his attorneys in their office in Park Ridge.
Selection of shit. Okay.
At that point, Mike and I are outside, and we see the attorneys waving us into the building. It was very uncharacteristic of the attorneys to do this.
The first thing they were telling us, though, was to park your cars in front of Gacy's and don't let him on if he tries to.
Your subscription ends tomorrow, so I thought I would say bye. Best wishes. Thank you, Pioneer.
Thank you.
You have a good one.
We'll shoot his tires out. You know what's going on here.
It was very obvious to us that the attorneys were absolutely scared to death, petrified. They're pacing up and down. They won't take their eyes off of Gacy. And that pretty much solidified the fact to us that he had confessed to his attorneys about at least a couple, 3 murders. Dave and Mike knew that Gacy was beginning to buckle. They continued to trail him as he left his attorney's office. So we follow Gacy, and Gacy is driving like a madman, and he drives to the Shell gas station where he did all of his business. He goes in, and we see a transaction happen in the gas station.
It was very emotional, shaking his hand and almost on his side, hugging, that kind of thing. And this is so out of context for Gacy.
So when Gacy comes back out, jumps in his car and takes off, I go back in the gas station, and when I go in there, they throw a couple of bags of marijuana at me, the employees, and they say, hey, listen, we didn't buy this, we didn't ask for it, Gacy just gave it to us. As Gacy's behavior grew more and more erratic, the 2 detectives at least now had a reason to apprehend him. We make a decision at that point to arrest him for the drug transaction that happened at the Shell gas station. So we cut off the car, pull Gacy out of the car, and arrest him for that drug transaction.
Thank God this is over.
Divine in Milwaukee. This was Gacy's final location of freedom.
That's it.
He was never free from this point on.
Grabbed him out of the car. He was all whining to us. Why are you doing this to me and all that?
Why are you doing this to me? You damn well know.
I think you know.
You damn well know. What a little coward. Why are you doing this to me?
I think you know, bro.
You know.
You're cute.
I pop in and out. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah. Pioneer does. She checks me out, sees if I'm okay. I tell her.
Technically, he was arrested for marijuana possession and delivery. And then we took him to the station.
While in custody, Gacy told detectives he was experiencing chest pains and was taken to a local hospital as a precaution. But he was just trying to buy some more time. The police had obtained the second warrant they'd been so desperate for. On the 21st of
The
December
lifestyles of serial
1978,
killers.
they
The
searched Gacy's home
lifestyles.
on West Somerdale Avenue for the second time. When they executed that search warrant, they went in the crawl space, and the very first shovel that they dug, they found human remains.
Really?
Police had
first shovel?
finally unearthed
The
the
first
secrets
shovel.
that Gacy
Wow.
had thought would stay buried forever. So they immediately called me, let me know that there was human remains in a crawl space, and at that time I arrested John Gacy.
Yeah, the smell had to be so bad.
Real bad.
Hi, Wednesday. How you doing? Ugh.
For murder. Gacy says he wants to confess, but really he wants to confess to the surveillance team, both myself and my partner and the other team. And now all of a sudden he's got an audience again, and he's on top of the world, and he knows he can't get out of it at this point, and so he might as well just divulge everything that actually happened.
Oh, wow.
Gacy told detectives he was willing to draw a map of the burial site beneath his home.
I gave him a pen, and he started right up. He squared it off in the thing, and he started, well, this was a double, and this was a triple, and this was the first guy with a, put an X on it. Went around the whole crawl space with these.
It's all over.
I mean, they were digging.
It's just bodies everywhere in that basement.
That's insane.
Oh my God, seriously. Oh my God.
Madness, bro.
Spoons and everything, but they obviously identified where all the bodies were, and they did an overlay of where the bodies were actually found compared to that diagram that he made, and it was unbelievable. It was right on the money.
In total, 27 bodies were discovered in Gacy's crawl space. It wouldn't take long for news of this horrific discovery to filter out to the wider world.
Then the arrest came down, and that was the headline on the local papers, everything, how many bodies they took out of Gacy's basement.
Well, you know, when Gacy's crimes were uncovered, he entered into the record books, you know, as America's most prolific serial murderer. The notion that this, you know, pudgy, normal-seeming, decent, regular, ordinary guy was living in this horror house, you know, that was just suffused with the stench of death. And that the rotting bodies of 27 young men in this
Nuts.
Oh my God.
I can't even imagine.
Oh.
It's a smell.
Oh.
Yep. Lots of gases releasing and shit. It's rough. Puppy.
Sorry.
I love you.
I'll get over this.
I love you.
Ugh. He enjoyed knowing they were now part of his property. That's so weird. Oh my God.
Face, bringing home and torturing young boys right in the midst, you know, of all his neighbors, and then going off to work the next day.
When we booked him for murder, we asked Gacy where he was born. And Gacy looked at us and said, I was born in a state of confusion. And he smiled like that, and we captured the photo.
In total, Gacy confessed to the murder of 33 young men and boys between 1972 and 1978.
Gacy preyed on victims who he knew were not necessarily going to be missed by any family members.
Again, that's a pattern.
That is a pattern.
Teenage boys who had no families that were going to miss them or care about their disappearance.
At that time, in the late 70s, kids were running away all the time, and a lot of these kids were reported missing, but there was no follow-up.
Yep.
As it turns out, he had buried 27 young kids in the crawl space. He buried one of the young kids outside in his backyard. And he didn't have any room left on his property, so he threw 5 remaining victims in the Des Plaines River.
One of the bodies found floating in the Des Plaines River in April 1979 was that of Rob Peast, the 15-year-old boy whose disappearance had ultimately led to Gacy's downfall.
He was very descriptive on what he had done with Rob Peast.
Rob Peast's mom was waiting for him in the front parking lot, and Rob said to his mom, hey, I'm going to talk to a contractor about a job, I'll be right back. He goes back in the pharmacy. Gacy is in the back parking lot, the alleyway. And as Gacy's leaving, Rob follows him outside and said,
And he snatches him.
Yeah.
That poor kid. All he was doing was looking for a freaking job.
Contract and shit. That's horrible.
Probably just so he could take his girlfriend out or something. That poor baby.
Fucking horrible shit. It's gross, horrible shit.
Ugh. He does sound like him, actually. So sad.
Excuse me, sir. I understand that you hire young kids, and I'm really interested in having a different job. And Gacy says, well, jump in the car, I'll have you fill out an application. So Gacy actually drives Peast willingly to Gacy's house. While there, Gacy starts showing Peast some little tricks of the trade of being a clown. He shows a couple of card tricks. And the last trick that he shows Peast is the handcuff trick.
No.
Gacy actually handcuffs himself and turns around and struggles with the handcuffs, and then turns back and he holds the handcuffs up. And Peast is pretty amazed at that, and he said, that's neat, how'd you do that? So Gacy says, well, here, you handcuff yourself, and I'll show you how to do that. So Peast handcuffs himself, and he struggles, and he struggles, and he struggles, and he looks at Gacy and he says, now, what's a trick to this? And Gacy reaches in his pocket and pulls out a key to the handcuffs, and he says, the trick is, you gotta have this key.
This handcuff trick was part of an horrific yet clinical MO.
Gacy, throughout all of the 33 killings, had developed a method of killing these young kids.
He would pick up these victims. Some were kids who worked for him, but most were teenage runaways, and bring them back to his house and giving them drinks. He would sort of trick them into handcuffing themselves or being handcuffed.
Gacy would use chloroform to subdue his victims. Chloroform's an old-fashioned anaesthetic, really, so it gets into your lungs and it just renders you unconscious very effectively.
He did what he called the rope trick. And when he had these young kids incapacitated like that, he would slip a rope over their neck, a knotted rope like a loop, and then put the stick in the back like a tourniquet, and he would slowly turn the tourniquet.
Oh.
And he said he had it perfected so well that he knew exactly how the body would react to each half turn.
Putting a ligature around the neck, the first thing it's going to
Hi,
block
Darth.
is the blood vessels, so it prevents blood getting
How
to
are
the
you?
brain, prevents it getting back to the body from the brain. It's going to be very uncomfortable, and it can even render you unconscious in a small number of seconds.
And he went into detail on how
All
he
right,
would
Darth.
torture these young men. And he, in fact, did double and triple murders. He would incapacitate 2 or 3 people at a time and kill one person in front of the other victims, and then continue to kill the other victims. And he seemed to be pretty proud of that. But we used that to our advantage to keep him talking, and he described every killing to a T, exactly how it happened, all 33.
As
The
the
picture's
news broke
beautiful.
across the country, one shocked viewer who'd unknowingly experienced Gacy's MO firsthand was his ex-employee, Tony Antonucci. Whilst working for PDM, Tony had accidentally got a nail stuck in his foot.
John took me and I got a tetanus shot and took me home. And he came over later that evening to check on if I was okay, or that was the theory. But he also had, some wine, and we were drinking, and he was kind of joking around. It was probably 10:30 at night. I was a high school wrestler. And he said, oh, you're a big wrestler guy. And he started wrestling around with me. He got my left arm, and he got it behind me, and I felt him put a handcuff on it. I kept flailing my right hand
Oh,
around
I'm
so that
so
he
sorry.
couldn't get my right arm. But eventually, he did get a hold of my right arm, and he knocked me down to the floor with my hands behind me. He left the room for a few minutes, and I realized that if I pulled really hard on my right hand, that I could pull my hand through the
handcuff. I could get it out.
By pretending he was still handcuffed, Tony was able to catch Gacy unawares
Good
when
job.
he returned and turn the situation to his advantage.
Nice.
I took the handcuff that I had gotten out of, and I handcuffed him on one of his wrists, and I reached into his pocket, got the key, and I handcuffed him behind his back, laying face down.
Nice!
He goes, "You're the only one that not only got out of the handcuffs, you got them on me." And I didn't know what that meant. I thought that this was some type of test that he had performed before. And I let him stay handcuffed for 10 or 15 minutes before I let him out of the handcuffs. And, you know, he had previously agreed that when I let him up, he would leave. And he did.
Tony had no idea just how close he'd come to being another victim of this deadly killer.
I did not fear for my life.
Man,
Not
he
fearing
fucking
for my life and
survived.
not
That's
panicking,
awesome.
Is probably what saved my life. So
Bro.
I'm sure when I got out of the handcuffs, if I tried to run for the door or do something, you know, he was 33 years old and very strong, and I was 16 or 17. I'm sure he could have overpowered me if he knew he had to.
Tony continued working for PDM for a few months after the attack and only reported the incident after Gacy's arrest. By the time the case went to trial, police had managed to identify the remains of 22 of the victims.
So with Gacy, we have around 30 bodies, different states of decomposition, some of which have been there for many years. Forensically, that sort of scene is a nightmare. You've got so many different things to dig up. It's a very complex procedure. It's very hard work. It will involve a lot of people and a lot of time.
7 of Gacy's victims have never been identified. This close-knit community on the outskirts of Chicago was baffled beyond belief that such a monster had lived amongst them for so long.
One of the effects that learning about these crimes has on the public is that it sort of reduces you to a state of childlike awe and terror and wonder.
No,
You can
not
imagine
really.
all these middle American suburbanites.
I'm actually examining their mind, but that's you, man. There's no awe or wonder in it. It's literally seeing a fractured mind. For me, anyway.
Suddenly, here are the authorities bringing out the decomposed remains of young men that have been stored in the crawl space of your neighbor's house.
A horrified public were both shocked and outraged by the crimes Gacy had committed. As the state prepared their case, they were determined to ensure that the man who'd been held in such high esteem by his local community would pay for his crimes in full.
He should.
The trial of John Wayne Gacy began on February the 6th, 1980, at the Cook County Criminal Courts building in Chicago. At the time, Illinois still had the death penalty. Gacy's defense team were pleading insanity.
It was an interesting trial, and what was so fascinating about it was they had so many different psychiatrists saying so many different things that they all came up with different diagnoses, which really goes towards this picture of this non-intact human being, this bits and pieces of person.
During the 5-week trial, the prosecution were desperate to prove that Gacy was fully responsible for his actions.
There's a difference between psychopathy and mental illness. Psychopaths are rational. They know what they're doing and they know what they do is wrong, but they decide to do it anyway. So he was pretty culpable for his crimes.
He was vicious, he was evil, he was not insane in any way. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he killed.
Oh. Just wondered, I heard you talk about your mom and dad. I've heard Jason talk about his mom, but his dad... Oh, his dad died when he was 7. Mountain Mama. His dad passed when he was very young. And it very much affected him, so he doesn't talk about that much.
Kill these people for self-preservation because he was so well liked politically and business-wise. He couldn't have his public out that he was taking advantage of these kids.
One of the prosecution witnesses was Gacy's former employee, Tony Antonucci, who'd been attacked by the 37-year-old contractor.
I saw him in court, and he was off to my left, sitting at the table where the defense attorneys are, and he just stared straight forward.
I know. Jason's a sweet boy.
I love you.
I have him.
Thank you.
Mountain Mama was wondering why you don't talk about your dad very much.
Because I have good memories of going to Florida and going to Cape Canaveral and seeing all the space stuff. And I have memories of hanging out with him and like crashing cars. He used to buy me those little metal cars, and we'd go in the kitchen, and he'd be at one end of the kitchen and I'd be at the other, and we'd crash cars. That was another thing we loved to do.
That's so cute.
We played Mario Brothers together. I remember that. On like a black and white TV for a while even. I remember him taking me in his race car and going like 150 miles an hour with the NOS.
I would have fucking killed him.
Yeah, I know, he would have killed him.
What were you fucking thinking?
Insane. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember him teaching me to ride a bike and stuff. And yeah, I have great memories of him. It's just that other than that, there's not much. So why would I bring it up?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But he had a good dad.
Yeah, definitely. He would have been a great dad into life, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I would have probably been tougher, and I would have been different.
It's okay, honey. My sons were raised.
Yeah.
Without a dad.
Regret it or nothing.
Yeah.
It's just whatever. You live life.
All right. Let's continue on.
Mm-hmm.
He was fairly far away. I might have caught his eye on occasion in the courtroom, but I was pretty nervous to be on a witness on a trial of that significance, even at that age, in my early 20s.
On the 13th of March 1980, the jury had made their decision on the fate of John Wayne Gacy.
Bye, bro.
It didn't take long for them to find him guilty. I think it took maybe less than 3 hours, which was amazing.
Well, the fact that all the bodies were in his house is pretty, it would be quick.
Evidence, yeah.
Yeah.
You're done.
That's evidence alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're done.
Yeah, the fact that he has connections with all these people he killed was really fucking dumb, too.
Yeah. You're done.
Yeah.
It's over.
My aunts, uncles were my mom and dad because my parents were off doing their own thing, party. Oh, I'm sorry, Mountain Mama. Yeah, his uncle was very father figure to him.
Yeah, he
and your grandpa.
Yeah, I didn't have much of male figures, to be honest. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Because my uncle was busy working most of the time.
Yeah.
And he couldn't even be with Brent much.
Oh.
Which is horrible. But, he's
But your mama was awesome.
Yes. I had an amazing, perfect mother. I'd say perfect. Maybe too lenient, probably.
Maybe.
Lax. A little bit. Not lax, but just let me get away with stuff I probably shouldn't have. That.
We love our babies.
And then he was found guilty.
It was kind of amazing how fast everything went. When you look at other trials that I've gone on, this trial went extremely fast.
In the final moments of the trial, one of the
wasn't much to prove.
Called him a ruthless, sadistic killing machine. And I think that's a pretty apt description.
Judge Louis B. Garippo sentenced Gacy to death. He was
the
immediately
only
taken
child.
to the Menard Correctional Center, Illinois,
where he would remain on death row for 14 years. Whilst in jail, he took up
Guys,
painting, selling his artwork for profit.
Even when he was behind bars, he continued to control and manipulate people. He produced several paintings, several works of art, which he sold, and he maintained a legacy even after his
John
death
Wayne Gacy
through those
art.
paintings. So he was still in control when he was behind bars. He still had power over other people, and he was still able to make choices and decisions.
The profits he gained from these paintings resulted in the government suing him for his earnings. Lawyer Karen Conti took on Gacy's case against the state.
Gacy liked to paint, and he was a terrible, terrible painter. And he painted horrible things like skulls and clowns and creepy things like that. But people bought them, and they paid $200 a shot for him to paint these ugly pictures. So that's the first thing he wanted to talk to us about. But we went down there knowing that what we wanted to do was represent him in the death penalty.
Yeah.
What was surprising was he looked and acted just like anybody else, like your favorite uncle, like your next door neighbor. And if you think about it, that's probably why he got away with killing so many boys and men, because he didn't look evil. You could not reconcile what he did with the man you were talking to.
Karen was a firm opponent of the death penalty and represented Gacy during his final appeals against the sentence.
Over the years, Gacy had numerous appeals, and our system allows that. Appeals in the federal court, appeals in the state court. By the time that Gacy had his execution date set, we were out of traditional appeals.
There are certain serial killers, even staunch anti-death penalty advocates, would not protest against the execution of somebody.
Oh,
like
wow.
If he felt any twinge of feeling sorry, it was only feeling sorry for himself. You know, these people are possessed with this incredibly malignant narcissism. The only thing that they are capable of feeling anything for is themselves and their own needs.
When you have a client who's committed these horrific acts, 33 murders, no court is going to want to let him out. No court is going to want to change execution to life in prison because it's politically a disaster. Gacy had to be executed, and no matter what we alleged, even if we had really, really good arguments, I don't think anyone would have listened because it was John Gacy.
Well, it's because the body's in the frickin' basement.
In Menard Correctional Center in May 1992, Gacy recanted his confession and tried to deny that he was guilty of any of the murders.
Really?
Oh, dude, no.
Come on, really?
The bodies were in your basement, dude.
Come on now.
That's how I feel, Mama Mountain. Or Mountain Mama. That's how I feel. That's how I feel, totally. Is like... He doesn't feel bad. It's like, poor me. Like, did you... Like, what about poor them?
Mm-hmm.
Like...
No.
He claimed that he was a victim of circumstance and
Oh.
was clearly innocent. Now that was balderdash. He was guilty of sin. But nevertheless, it just proved what an extraordinary man he was. And throughout the interview, you can see the interviewer looking more and more astounded by Gacy's relaxation. He didn't look nervous. He looked absolutely composed, relaxed, if anything, a little angry. Why am I being put through this? It's not fair. It was a pure accident. I never did it.
We knew it was his last-ditch effort. You know, everything else failed. He thought he could get away with, insanity plea, and it didn't work. So it was last-ditch effort to say that he wasn't involved or that others participated. But it was very clear during his initial confession that he was the one who completed these crimes and completed them by himself.
Gacy never took responsibility for his actions, and he would always blame others. He would blame his victims, and in some cases he blamed his victims' parents. He would turn around and say, well, it's not my fault. I'm completely not responsible for any of this. And that's a key psychopathic trait, the failure to take responsibility for their own actions.
Despite numerous attempts to appeal his death sentence, on the 10th of May 1994, John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Penitentiary in Illinois.
It was a circus. We were in a room at some point and we saw a television screen and we saw thousands of people lined up at least a mile down the street at the prison with signs, kill the clown, kill Gacy, with our names on it.
Wow.
Kill
That's
Karen Conti. People beating drums, people dancing, people with clown makeup on. It was a celebration.
Wow. Gacy's last words were "kiss my ass." Those are the words of a man.
I love those last words these psychopaths have.
Wow.
Kiss my ass. All right, dude.
Wow.
Fuck this life. Like, man, dude. He never had a good life.
Absolutely didn't mind what he'd done. He was proud of himself and proud of that killing spree, which makes him particularly chilling.
Gacy was unrepentant right up until his last moments. He clearly felt no remorse for any of his 33 victims.
Using other human beings, inflicting pain and suffering and torture on another helpless human being, to me is the essence of evil.
After the execution, you'd think there'd be closure. But there really isn't closure for something like that. I mean, you always think back to the victim's family and the poor young boy who was 15 years old and just a good kid. So as much as you'd like to believe there was closure, there really wasn't closure.
40 years after being attacked, Tony Antonucci feels relieved he didn't become one of Gacy's many victims.
I was thinking that too, Andrea. Gacy was a Freemason. Freemason, 33 people killed. Yeah, exactly. It was all ritualistic.
I do feel very lucky to be alive. I don't know what to attribute that to. Maybe luck definitely the biggest component. A little bit of help from above, and basically my own ignorance of the fact that I was truly in danger, and the fact that I didn't panic and just wanted to win the game, if it was a game, is probably what helped. I also would have been one of the earlier victims, so I'm sure his techniques became more honed after he was divorced and lived alone and had more freedom to act differently.
John Wayne Gacy remains one of the most infamous killers in American history. His horrific murders continue to haunt the nation to this day.
I still get weird emails. I still get weird things where people lash out and say terrible things to me about representing Gacy. So, as Gacy said to me, your obituary will read Karen Conti represented serial killer John Gacy. And although I won't be around to verify that, I have no doubt that's what it'll read.
It probably
Kids,
will.
monsters are real. Once you become an adult, you realize, well, there are no real werewolves, there are no real vampires. But then something like this happens, and, it's like, whoa, this monster is real. There is this ogre. It's transfixing, it's riveting. It's fascinating in the most horrifying way.
Gacy was the epitome of evil. And he was the epitome of being a great guy, which gave him the ability to be the most evil guy in the world.
Yeah, that's
Gacy's
true.
outward persona of a charming socialite helped to keep his crimes hidden for over 5 years. But behind the mask of this friendly clown was a sadistic killer who cruelly and savagely ended the lives of 33 young men by torturing them in the most hideous of manners, all for his own selfish sexual gratification. His lack of remorse for any of his victims or their loved ones, right up until the day he was executed, proved that he is, without doubt, one of the world's most evil killers.
Right up to death.
Right up to death. Kiss my ass. That's what's Gacy's last words.
Damn.
Kiss my... Oh, there's me.
You pretty girl.
Yeah.
Cute village.
Kiss my ass.
Wow.
Alright, guys. I'm going to take off for a little while. I'll come back, but we need to think about dinner right now. So I will be back, and I will see you when I see you. Later, guys.